ICC EdTech Summit today. We would like to start the program with the auspicious lighting of the lamp. Before that, I would like to inform you that the theme of the summit today is the Education Technology Trends in India, Vision 2025. For the lamp lighting, may I call our chairman, Mr. Satyam Roy Choudhury of ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training. He is also the Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University. So please come up for lamp lighting. I would also like to call upon the rest of our dignitaries here for lamp lighting. Professor Shoykot Moitra, Vice Chancellor Macaut, please come up for lighting the lamps, sir. Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CUN Director, Trigen Technologies, also our principal partner for this summit. His Excellency, Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner, please come up, sir. Thank you. Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Chairman, Executive Committee of National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Mr. Agarwal, can we have you there? Mr. K.K. Agarwal, Chairman of NBA. Mr. Bhushan Patwardhan is actually addressing us virtually. Dr. Anil D. Shastrabuddi, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, is also addressing us virtually. Professor Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. Can we have you for lamp lighting, sir? Professor Malabika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University. I would read out all the speaker names here, all of our committee members who are present today, and the esteemed speakers who are present for the conference. Mr. Simarpreet Singh, I can see you sitting there. If you can just come up for the lamp lighting as well. Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, please come up for the lamp lighting. Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General, Indian Chamber of Commerce, please come up for the lamp lighting, sir. Dr. Malabika Sarkar, please come up for the lamp lighting. Dr. Maitreya Bhattacharya, please come up for the lamp lighting. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Mr. Alok Tibrewal, Mr. Kalyan Kaur, Mr. Pradeep Mukhopadhyay. I'm sorry I'm not being able to see everyone. Our committee members and speakers, I would request you to come up for lamp lighting, please. One group photo. We would like to start our inaugural program. For the same, may I request our chairman, Mr. Satyam Roy Choudhury, MD Techno India, and Chancellor Sister Nivedita University to please come up on stage. May I request Professor Shoykot Moitra, Vice Chancellor Macaut, to please come up on the stage. Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CUN Director, Trigen Technologies, I would request you to please come up on the stage. His Excellency, Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner, may I request you to please come up on the stage. Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, NBA, may I request you to please come up on the stage. And Professor Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, may I also request you to come up on stage. I would also like to repeat once again, this is our power-packed inaugural panel. I would also have our noted dignitaries, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Chairman, NAC, and Dr. Anil Shastrabuddi, Chairman, AICTE, who was supposed to be physically present here, but due to last moment exigency could not, are present with us virtually. With this, may I request Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, Chairman, National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, to please deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Very good morning. Dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all present here at the second ICC EdTech Summit, being organized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce, I would like to express my great pleasure to welcoming our special guest, and he must be online, Dr. Anil D. Shaushrabuddhaji, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. My heartfelt thanks to Professor K.K. Agrawal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, Dr. Bhushan Bhattabardhan, Chairman, Executive Committee, NAC. He's here, he's online, or he's here? No, he's online, I think. Okay, sure. His Excellency, Mr. Nick Law, British Deputy High Commissioner, Kolkata, Mr. Dilip Hanwara, CEO and Director, Trajan Technologies, Professor Shoikat Matra, Vice Chancellor, Macau, for their gracious presence in this forum. With the effects of the pandemic and the terrible second wave that hit closer to home in the past 2 years, India's educational environment has undergone a tectonic transformation. With the customer, student, teachers interaction and in-person classroom lectures abruptly disrupted from schools and universities all around the nation, India embraced the new era of remote learning with remarkable quickness and dedication. Nearly overnight, teachers upskilled, pupils adapted to the new normal, and curricula were changed. With many educational institutions embracing the hybrid model, what was once thought to be a new normal has been standard for the past 18 months and appears to be here to stay. Thus, as we move ahead, digital learning will continue to be the dominant trend. Since every people is different, therefore, individualized instructions, and skill mapping based on aptitude will be the prime focus. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the adoption of technologies like augmented reality and virtual reality and artificial intelligence, which are already on the rise. Today, there is a greater need for teaching aids that enable improved engagement and concept visualization as classrooms move to computer displays. With the aid of the tools, students can immerse themselves in a more stimulating learning environment, which motivates them to learn more about new ideas and to apply them to more effectively in practical settings. Nothing can take place of faculties in the setting of the Indian education. Although this might change in the next 20-25 years, but our EdTech learning process needs to be recalibrated and human engagement needs to be considerably increased to ensure the proper support for the performance gaps brought on by artificial intelligence. Please. Sorry, I'm just have cold and cough. That's the problem. Sorry. But our EdTech learning process need to be recalibrated, and human engagement needs to be considerably increased to ensure the proper support for the performance gaps brought on by artificial intelligence. Also, the NEP 2020 looks into designing curriculums by taking into account students' employability, flexibility with multiple entries and exit points, capacity building, faculty development, and improving the quality of learning to attract a large student base. This is where technology will play the master role and EdTech shall take the center stage. With these few words, I welcome you all again in this forum and look forward to the heartfelt deliberations, fruitful deliberations in this summit. Thanking you all again.
Thank you, Mr. Raj Chaudhary. May I request Professor Shoikat Mitra, Vice Chancellor Macau, to please deliver the theme address. Theme for the summit, once again, for your information, is the Education Technology Trends in India, Vision 2025. Professor Shoikat Mitra, may I request you to come up on the stage and deliver the theme address. Thank you.
Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation. Professor Suranjan Das, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. Mr. Sattam Rai Chaudhary, Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University. His Excellency Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner. Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CEO and Director, Trigene Technologies. Dr. Bhushan Pattavardhan, Chairman, Executive Committee, NAC, who will be present virtually. And Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, AICT, who also will be present virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In India, the pandemic has caused a sea change in the education sector. The traditional classroom is no longer the only place where education is provided. New age pedagogies have been made possible by the guidelines set by the government. The openness of all stakeholders, including the government, private and public schools, tutors, coaching institutes, students and teachers to adopt the digital mode of learning, however, has been a fruitful result of these disruptions and has contributed to the EdTech boom that we are currently experiencing. Although the use of technology in education yet to take off in full scale in India, it is now more and more becoming essential. EdTech will open more new avenues which can bridge the learning gaps and integrate virtual reality, augmented reality, extended reality, and other technologies in daily learning. The impact of cloud computing, edge computing, 5G networks, metaverse, blockchain, etc. These are going to reshape and reform the different facets of teaching and learning, making it more immersive, experiencing, and exciting. In the context of volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous future, which is likely to be impacted by climatic change, geopolitical tension, appearance of different unforeseen diseases, and so on and so forth, these technologies have the potential to make the teaching and learning of future more effective and sustainable. The biggest path-breaking aspects of this outcome will be ensuring interactive learning, and this technology will help build virtual laboratories for science and technology students. Already, MHRD has created different virtual labs in the field of engineering and technologies for the benefits of the students. This will pave way for practical subjects being tutored online, and this will definitely help us in creating a more vibrant and enriched demography for India. The technologies has the potential to break the barrier of time and space to make this education more affordable, more accessible to the billions and billions populations of India in future towards quality education. As we all know, market analyst predicts that over the next 10 years, the education technology or EdTech business in India will grow to a US $30 billion industry. This growing demand will support sector growth, and business models will be strengthened with the help of conducive government policies. The new Education Policy 2020, which acknowledges the importance of technology in education, has also given the EdTech industry a policy momentum. According to estimates, the Indian EdTech sector received $16.1 billion in VC funding, which is a massive 32 times higher growth from the $500 million it received earlier in 2010. The K-12 segments, higher education, and upskilling categories are significantly responsible for the industry's growing spike. In addition to the expanding acceptance of massive open online courses or MOOCs and distance learning, the EdTech sector in India is anticipated to grow to $30 billion in the next 10 years. Lastly, we look forward to the future. We must also focus on inclusion on all aspects from the standpoint of education systems and EdTech perspectives. We need to build that ecosystem wherein children from all economic backgrounds are able to access the new age EdTech classrooms. Also, more government initiatives like SIAM, Diksha, e-Pathshala, etc. are required to encourage educational institutes, even in most rural areas, to switch to online methods of teaching, which can ensure continuity in academic session in the future. With these few words, I look forward to fruitful deliberations and interactions in this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Maitra. And we could have a little louder applause also. That will make the morning brighter for all of us. Thank you. Can I now request Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CEO and Director, Trigen Technologies, to please come up and deliver his address. Thank you.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure and honor I'm here today with our esteemed guests, both on the dais as well as remotely, and with all of you today. I thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for bringing all of us here for a timely conversation. Trigen Technologies has been in the business of digital enablement for quite a while now. For those of you who are not familiar with Trigen, a quick introduction will come through our recent work. We have developed the CoWIN platform, the vaccination CoWIN platform for the Government of India. Thank you. The learnings that we got on the innovations at scale that were adopted in CoWIN is something we're looking forward to bringing to the educational institutions on digital learning in India and also across the globe. While today's core topic is the education technology trends in India, I'll start with taking a little bit broader view on how education innovation at scale with a ready India will lead to a ready world. And then I'll bring it back to the topic at hand. You know, we live in a time of great transitions. A way of life established after the Second World War is in transition, which is impacting cultural changes across societies across the globe, not just in India. Globalization and its impact has created transition of superpowers. Over the last few years, it's become very evident we live in a multipolar world. Urbanization is picking up again after a couple of years of a little bit slowdown. Planetary systems are in transition. We call it global warming, which is pretty evident across the globe, and it's impacting all of us. Demographic changes are in transition. For India, we have 60+% of our population below 35 years. That's a huge opportunity for us. Information superhighways are built at an astonishing pace, and the bits and bytes are traveling across the globe in speeds never imagined before, in nano and milliseconds. What does that mean? This has led to us creating the parallel worlds. Today, the physical world we live in has a parallel digital world that is under construction every day. We now have this supercomputer called a mobile phone in our hand. It has changed the expectations and ambitions of billions of people around the globe, and especially in India. It has also created tremendous possibilities and opportunities for the dreamers and the visionaries who are in this room and everywhere. Focusing on digital, let's explore what that means in the context of today's gathering. Taking a little bit of step back, when electricity was first discovered, it was said that for the first few decades, it was used primarily for lighting a bulb. Today, you cannot imagine living without electricity. It has touched and impacted every aspect of our life. Innovations with these broader implications are called general purpose technologies. Digital or computation is a general purpose technology, which is at a very nascent stage of evolution. And we don't completely yet comprehend the broader implications of it. It has already created ripples far beyond our imagination during a transition from the World Wide Web in the 90s to the computation at scale on cloud and AI today. It has created enormous economic expansion, creating the winner-take-all economics, while creatively disrupting several industries. To name a few obvious of those, for those of you who are old enough to remember, Encyclopedia Britannica books overnight were transformed to digital. Camera, which was a chemical reaction, is today digital and a computation problem. Several industries have been transformed. The most visible one right in front of us that's happening is automobile and mobility. Automobile today is not a mechanical problem, it's a computational problem. Over the last couple of years, the global scale natural events have become a catalyst for accelerating digital expansion. Every industry and physical object is being digitally enabled today. These events have laid bare the structural gaps in our societies. More than 1 billion children are deprived of education over the last 3 years with the closure of schools across the globe. The sudden and immediate need for digital talent has left tens or even hundreds of millions of jobs unfulfilled across the globe with no immediate solution. This is just tip of an iceberg. But a good part of these gaps could be addressed combining digital enablement innovatively with the physical mode of education and learning that prevailed for centuries. The current great transitions provides an enabling environment for bringing a positive change to education and the joy of lifelong learning. NEP 2020 provides the well-needed policy framework to enable these changes. The government's both central and state initiatives combined with private EdTech companies' efforts has brought visibility to the scale of opportunity that lies ahead of us in bridging the digital divide and bringing equity and inclusive education to all sections of the society. Digital enablement in education will help us bring access to quality content and personalized learning at scale that only a privileged few could afford before. We've all experienced how one teacher can change the trajectory of our learning forever. Now, these same teaching methods could be codified on the digital platforms and provide at scale to not just the privileged. Another positive change is in enabling the struggling students. Culturally, we've all been there where the light of the loom, the light of the family, the light of the community is somebody who's well-to-do, not the struggling students. But the personalized learning with data and analytics can bring light to the struggling students. These are the type of innovations that we should adopt at scale. The role of a teacher should change from imparting knowledge from textbooks to enabling students to learn digitally and provides the needed bandwidth for the teachers to focus on the left behind learners and also on emotional and social aspects of learning. That's a holistic approach that's been addressed through NEP 2020. None of these will be possible without the participation of teachers or the evolution of teaching methods. We're really glad to see the government's efforts in elevating the stature of the teachers to the same level as in the society we give to the sports stars and movie stars. Performance management is an aspect that enterprises have been using for decades. There's no reason why, with the support of government framework, the EdTech companies could bring these same measurements to the educational institutions, providing transparency as well as a healthy competition between these education institutions. One of the biggest advantages for us as a country is our knowledge systems that have been existed for centuries, far before the colonial past. These systems have been brought back through NEP 2020, and most states have these systems codified in their esteemed academic institutions like Shantiniketan in Bengal. Regional languages, the multilingualism is part of these systems that existed for a long time. A lot of Indians are multilingual. This not only helps in terms of forming the connections between the brain cells, between the right and the left side of the brain, and also helps us enable over lifetime learning and picking up multiple languages. Regional learning is a very important aspect for the country to prosper in the future. In addition to all of this, with the digital enablement at an early age, we can expose our students and the learners, including our teachers, to the best practices that exist, not just in India, but also outside the country. A culture of collaboration could be easily enabled through these education digital platforms. Last but not least is to solve the problem of employability of the existing graduates. Tens of millions of jobs go unfulfilled today in companies like ours. It's very tough to find right talent today. For the last couple of years, it's been extremely difficult, and we don't see this problem being solved anytime soon because of the digital expansion that's been going on globally. This provides a tremendous opportunity for all the EdTech industry supported by the government. And it's very clear both the central and the state governments have been supporting all these initiatives. In summary, a prepared EdTech sector and a ready India is a ready world. This is the scale we have in front of all of us to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanumara, for your address. May I request His Excellency, Mr. Nick Lowe, British Deputy High Commissioner, to please come up and deliver his address. Thank you.
Namaskar, namaste, assalamu alaikum. Very good morning to all of you. And let me echo all those who've said how good it is to be physically together again after 2.5 years in a much, much darker place. And we look forward to doing many, many more things like this in the future. Distinguished guests, thank you very much. You've set the bar very high already with your speeches. I will try not to let you down. Let me start with thanks, above all else, to the Indian Chamber of Commerce for the kind invitation to speak, and particularly to Dr. Rajiv Singh. I looked at the list of speakers and noticed I was the only non-Indian speaker, and I wondered why. Well, clearly because, Rajiv, you are a man of immense perspicacity, wisdom, and good taste, and that's why you invited me. Thank you very much indeed. But nonetheless, I do feel I need to set out a little case for why the United Kingdom has been invited to attend. In return for those kind words, Rajiv, if you could bear to take a photo of me speaking, I'd appreciate it, because this is an important meeting and I want to put it on social media for a UK audience. That is important. Started last year, London Partners, which is the trade and investment promotion agency of the Greater London Authority, organized an EdTech virtual mission for India. We wish it had been a physical one, but the pandemic at the time didn't enable us to do so. The feedback that we got, both from the UK side and the Indian side, really was quite extraordinary. It's brilliant that this conference is being held here in Kolkata. The culinary, the cultural, the educational, the intellectual, the literary, and the sporting capital of India. And I really want to give Kolkata, give West Bengal, give East Northeast India the attention it deserves among the large British audience that I'm pleased to say follow us. Let me paraphrase Jane Austen. It's a dangerous thing to do, but it's a truth universally acknowledged that a British diplomat will have few easier tasks than setting out the case for British education. I'm sure many of you will have seen the latest QS Global University rankings. The United Kingdom has one of the world's top 2 universities, 2 of the world's top 4 universities, and 4 of the world's top 8 universities. Quite extraordinary statistics from a country that is less than 1% of the world's population. We will be looking with huge interest at the number of student visas issued over the coming months. We think it's entirely possible that for the first time, the number of Indian students matriculating at British universities will exceed China this coming year. In the year that ended 31 March 2022, we had issued over 100,000 visas to Indian students. Now, if you follow my speeches, you'll have heard me say much of that before. It's always nice to come up with a new statistic, and this is the one I've got for you today. Did you know that more than 1 in 4 countries around the world have a head of state or a head of government who was educated in the United Kingdom? I find that a quite astonishing statistic, and it's one we're very proud of. But it is not just politics. It's also the world of business. Very often when I do speeches like this, I ask myself, what is the point of doing the speech? Well, you know, it's to be seen. It's to get your name in the paper. Maybe if I'm very lucky, get a photo in the paper. But there are a couple of specific deliverables I want out of speaking to you today. And the first one is to encourage you to spread the word about British government scholarships, Chevening scholarships. The window for applications opened last week. They're open for the next 3 months. 75th year of India's independence, 75 fully funded British government scholarships for 1-year master's courses in the United Kingdom. Unlike a lot of other countries, we don't impose any conditions other than the fact that applicants should have at least 2 years work experience. Otherwise, any university in the United Kingdom, any course you want to do, from Anglo-Saxon, Norse and Celtic studies at Cambridge to cybersecurity at Belfast, there is a scholarship for you, for a member of your family, for someone you work with. Look it up on your search engine tonight. All you need to put in is British government scholarships. All the information you need is there. Right, I haven't spoken about what I'm supposed to speak about yet, have I? To be honest, this is a little bit of a no-brainer. to stand up and speak to you about EdTech. The ecosystem, the EdTech ecosystem in my country is thriving. And you'll see that from one of the following pieces of information that I'm going to give you. EdTech, education technology, is one of the United Kingdom's fastest growing sectors. We have over 1,000 companies, and they account for 4% of all the digital companies in the UK. Almost a quarter of Europe's EdTech companies are based in the United Kingdom, and we are by a very long way the European leaders in EdTech. We also rank #1 in educational technology venture capital and angel funding in Europe, contributing 34% of the total across Europe. And this is the second thing I want to achieve with this speech today. You'll be well aware that our respective prime ministers have committed to concluding a free trade agreement by Diwali, 24th of October this year. They've committed to a 2030 United Kingdom-India roadmap, under which we want to double trade and hugely increase investment, two-way investment between our two countries. To be honest, if some of you don't get in touch with me after this meeting, if British companies don't get in touch with me after this meeting to look in closer detail at the opportunities our respective countries offer, yeah, I will have failed. So look, let's quickly map out the key market opportunities in the United Kingdom that there are for attracting venture capitalists. And I think there are 6 areas here. The first is artificial intelligence in reducing teacher workload and improving efficiency. Automating basic education tasks, not just in colleges and universities, but in schools. Things like the grading of homework, assignments and tests can be cumbersome and time-consuming for teachers. AI-enabled software through automated self-learning algorithms is already capable of doing much of that work. Artificial intelligence for personalized adaptive learning. There are huge opportunities there. Secondly, opportunities, and this was referred to by one of my colleagues a few seconds ago, opportunities in what we refer to as mixed reality, a combination of both augmented reality and virtual reality, creating real-world immersive experiences to improve student engagement and understanding. There are also opportunities in what we now call gamification. Products which increase student engagement and motivation will be game changers, pun intended. Cloud-based learning management systems is the 4th one. These are solutions aimed at cutting teacher workloads by centralizing homework and learning material in a single platform. There are also a lot of opportunities out there in cybersecurity. Around about a quarter of both secondary and primary schools in my country cite e-safety and data protection as a key barrier to using more EdTech. There are opportunities for EdTech companies to develop a competitive advantage by focusing on the safety and security of their products and services to overcome this key barrier to schools adopting more technology. Also, and again, as mentioned by one of my colleagues a few minutes ago, is the continued rise of MOOC, massive online open courses. And there are lots of advantages that they can bring. This, as so many areas of science and technology, is ripe for much greater partnership between the United Kingdom and India. COVID has already been mentioned. I know that President Macron didn't particularly like it, and some people may say there was a little hint of envy in there, but the fact is that the work that Oxford University, Serum Institute of India, and AstraZeneca did together developed the world's most cost-effective COVID vaccine, a vaccine that has gone into more arms in more countries around the world than any other vaccine, and a vaccine that has saved hundreds of thousands of lives. That, my friends, is just the beginning of what we want to do, collaborating in science, in technology, in research and innovation with India, as equal partners, as peers, universities, scientific institutions, and yes, corporate India. The challenges are immense, from climate change to antimicrobial resistance. We have shown beyond any doubt at all that we can be a force for good, not just for India, not just for the United Kingdom, but for the broader world. And education technology, as we recover from the pandemic, as we build back better, as we preserve a world of blues and greens, not a world of browns and oranges for our children, the opportunity is immense. We can seize it. If any of you, and I hope some of you have, if any of you want to know more, do get in touch with us at the British Deputy High Commission. We'll be very, very happy to assist in any way that we can. Thank you very much, Rajiv, for inviting me, and thank you all for listening to me. I wish you success in your endeavors for the rest of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, for your engaging deliberation. May I now request our virtual speaker, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Chairman, Executive Committee of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, to please deliver his address. Dr. Patwardhan, I think we can't hear you. Maybe you need to just take off the mute. No, we still can't hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, we are audible.
Okay, thank you. Some problem. Thank you for ICC for this excellent organization. This is the second summit which you have organized on very important topic of technology, and the previous speakers have done a great job. I think we are running little short of time, so I'll try to save my time too. Mr. Satyam, Mr. Saiket, Mr. Dilip, you have done a wonderful job. I really liked the points which you raised. So that will save my time, and also Mr. Nick, all of you, and Dr. K.K. Agarwal, who is the doyen in this, is going to speak after me, as well as Professor Anir Sahasrabudhe and my friend Suranjan Das. So I'll try to be very brief to make my point. Let me first start with the NEP 2020, because NEP 2020 on one side has talked about technology, on the other side it has also talked about student-centric education system, and earlier speakers have talked about it, so I'm not going to deliberate it on more. But let me tell you that technology, I feel that technology is a great enabler, but technology cannot be a measure of quality education. And the whole focus of our effort should be on improving quality of education. So while good Wi-Fi or good smartphone may be a great enabler, but it cannot guarantee us that quality education is delivered. If you look at the EdTech scenario today, in India, internet user base has already crossed, I think, 750 million, with the highest adoption rate among youth, and the exceptionally high rise in smartphones. All this is telling us that students are looking curiously and enthusiastically with these changes which are happening, especially post-COVID. I must also tell you that all the major players, or the majority of the major players in EdTech, be it Apple, IBM, Blackboard, or Dell, Google, Microsoft, Oracle, almost half of them are coming from just US, and the Indian edtech industry, which was valued at one time in 2020 about 750 million, is expected to become 30 billion in the size in next 10 years. So you are witnessing a huge kind of a growth here. With a predicted market worth close to about 250 billion, edtech startups are on the rise globally. And the first edtech company which turned into a unicorn in 2018, which is now valued at a whooping US dollar 20 billion. And all this is telling us that there is a huge market. But when I'm talking about market, I'm going to raise some fundamental questions regarding use of technology in education. During COVID-19 crisis, actually, we realized and we fast-tracked the digitization and delivery of education through technology, but we must not forget the basic objectives of education when we are using technology for delivering education. And I would put them in 4 baskets. The first objective of education is academic, which is about intellectual strength, general knowledge, scientific temper, self-reliance, interdisciplinarity, aptitude, independent thinking capability, critical thinking, reasoning ability, habit of learning. This is all academic objective. The second important objective is moral and spiritual values, the emotional maturity, ethical values, simple living, selfless service, humility, truthfulness, dignity of labor, high moral character. All these are also important objectives of education, which I would like to put them in a basket called educatedness. So I make a difference between educated individual and a degree holder. The social responsibilities or social sensibilities is the 4th basket, which is about national culture and heritage, tolerance for diversity, integration, understanding the rural life, the classless, casteless society, a political system, economic system, social forces and needs, civic sense, respect to rights and duties, discharge of obligations. All this also is part of education. You can be an engineer or technologist or medical doctor or lawyer. There are some fundamental expectations which come from educatedness. And I think that component we should not forget when we are talking about technology-enabled education, which definitely will shift from typical teaching, classroom-based teaching, to learning. Because I think that teaching is structured, more serious, it is passive, it is forceful, it is unidirectional, it is monologue-driven, authoritative, wherein teachers try to monopolize teaching. What I teach in a classroom is only teaching, and that's what students should learn and really reproduce what I am going to tell them. This is a hubris that many teachers follow, and I think the new teachers which are coming up have understood this and are emerging and going to the shift from teaching to learning. Learning is more flexible, more playful, more active, more voluntary, multidirectional, dialogue-driven, and interactive, in which role of teacher is also going to be immensely changed. Because technology, if teachers don't change, technology will make teachers or ordinary teachers or me-too teachers redundant. Because role of teacher just to give information, you don't need teachers to give information. Students are much smarter than us. Students have grown with technology. We have learned technology. There is much difference between growing with technology. So they are much comfortable with technology than us. We must understand that. And teacher's role will come in actually not only giving information and knowledge, but giving skills, insights, vision, and really awaken the wisdom in the students by using our own experiences. The blended pedagogy is the future. That's what Dilip also mentioned about. I'll not again go more on that. But when we talk about emotional quotient and cultural quotient, they are equally important, as important or even more important than intellectual quotient or what we know as IQ. We need more creativity, cognitive ability, critical thinking, passion and compassion. All these things only technology is not going to give us, The new education will have to meet the needs of industry on one side, economy and development on the other, enabling collaborative convergence of human beings and machine together, because robots are going to be there, they are at the doorsteps, and there has to be a collaborative mechanism wherein teachers and robots will play together, to make future pedagogies. We have witnessed first generation, which was correspondence course, second generation, which was supported by mass media and television and radio, the third generation, which was about synchronous tools of video and audio and teleconferencing, the fourth generation was based on computer conferencing, what we now witness more aggressively during Zoom. The fifth generation education is about semantic web, consists of autonomous agents, intelligent database assisted cobot learning, And if you really, I'm amazed how visionaries are there, I remember Thomas Edison in 2023, he talked about his quote, "It is my firm conviction that a large part of education in coming generation will not come from books, but from moving pictures." Here, the entertainment agency will come in a big way. I think education and entertainment, unless they go together, the future students or even current students will not be able to connect with our education that intensely as we expect them to do. I would really end my talk by telling again that technology and education need human face. We are not here in the business of creating robots. We are not here in the business of creating machines, and we are actually trying to shape human brains. And therefore, I remember what Mahatma Gandhi also said, the real difficulty is that people have no idea about what education truly is. He also said that education which does not mold character is absolutely worthless. And I also cannot forget what Swami Vivekananda said. And when I'm talking in a conference in Kolkata, how can I forget Tagore? How can I forget Calcutta has a great tradition, let me tell you, and ICC, with your effort, you can really emerge to become a leader in this transformation by involving industry and academia together, which I see when I'm witnessing various galaxy of speakers. Swami Vivekananda said, a nation is advanced in the progression to education and intelligence spread among the masses. Intelligence spread in the masses is equal. God has given enough intelligence to everyone. He has not been really partial. And education is the manifestation of the perfection already in the human beings. Now, this, if we want to really achieve, I think technology as an enabler and teachers as responsible users of that technology and institutions at even more responsible organizations, I think National Education Policy 2020, what Dr. Kasturirangan has given us, is showing us the way how to protect our own culture, how to protect our own language, which again, Dilip also has mentioned. I'm sure with the efforts of ICC and the efforts like this second ICC EdTech Summit, wherein education technology trends in India are envisioned to go to move to 2025 will play an immense role. I thank again to everyone for patient listening, and thank to ICC, especially Raima Guaji and Pooja ji for inviting me here. Namaskar, Jai Hind. Naveen ji also, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patwardhan, for your deliberations. May I now call upon Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, to come up here and deliver his address, please.
Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, who is joining us online. Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, who just spoke to you online. Professor Saikat Mehta, Vice Chancellor MACOT. Professor Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, Chairman of the Higher Education Committee, Mr. Dilip Hanumara, CEO and Director, Trigen Technologies, and His Excellency, Mr. Nick Law, British Deputy High Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here again on your second summit. When I looked at the list of speakers and when I look at the faces in this hall, it looks like homecoming for me that I know so many of you in person and have the pleasure of talking to you again. Friends, as has been spoken to, COVID forced us offline for quite some time and made us believe that technology is essential. There was an effort to push the technology for at least 10 years, but the rate of pushing the technology was so slow and so low that we didn't know when do we reach a flashpoint. COVID accelerated this rate and ensured that technology is considered useful. I do say sometimes, particularly at the school level, the teachers who used to bang the students, how the hell you bring the phone to the school, started saying, how the hell your daddy can't buy a phone for you? So that was a change which happened. Something which was felt so bad was felt so good and so indispensable. That is the power of technology, which was there, but which was hidden, which was realized by COVID. Having said that, gentlemen, I have a few points to make here. We, particularly in India, are in the habit of moving in a seesaw fashion, this end or that end, and rather than balancing the whole thing. One fine time, maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we believed engineering education is the best form of education. And we started neglecting science education for engineering education. I'm an engineer and many of you are engineers here too. But believe you me, neglecting science education would never help a country. And we are paying the price for it already. I still remember about 30 years ago, the head of school education from United States of America came here and she said, well, if I have to have another opportunity to teach my daughters, it will be in Indian schools because science is so rigorous here, which is not even the United States of America. That was the kind of emphasis we had. But then we shifted to engineering lock, stock and barrel. And we made everybody believe, every child in this country believe, if you can't become an engineer or you can't become a doctor, you're useless citizen. That's the kind of signal we started giving, which is pathetic. And we're still carrying on with this. I'm in Chairman National Board of Accreditation, as you have been told, and I'm thankful to Professor Patwardhan, who has already emphasized the quality aspect of education. And at the moment, I'm also responsible for declaring the NIRF for the universities. And I feel very strange when I declare the first 10 ranks in NIRF. Out of first 10, 8 are engineering institutions. This has not happened in USA, this has not happened in Canada, not in Australia, not in New Zealand, not in UK, not in any other country, but only in India, that out of the first 10 universities, ranked universities, 8 are engineering institutions. Now that lopsidedness has to be taken care of, has to be balanced, and that is where I attach the maximum importance to national education policy, which has at least tried to make an effort to balance the various disciplines, to put the liberal arts at some respectable liberal education at some respectable platform with professional education. Unless you do the two together, things will not work out. And I thought, although I'm myself an engineering student, but I can break the glass ceiling by saying that we will have to make sure that our engineers are more human and our liberal arts students are more technology savvy. Unless we do both these things, we will probably missing out on something very, very important. And that's the first point which I wish to say. Secondly, when we talk about technology, things are changing so fast. And again, unfortunately, academics has been by and large more conservative set of people than technologists. I think that has to shut off. And the most famous quote which I read here was, a snake that cannot shed its skin must die. So we have to learn to shed our skin a couple of years, and then only we can continue to survive. So it's a question of survival. It's not a question of desirability now. So therefore, if technology has to change, we have to change. If technology has to be adopted, we have to be adopted. But again, I'll put a word of caution here. The biggest disruption in the world, which I read, was probably millions of years ago, when the entire system was collapsing. At that time, the history which I read says Jurassic became extinct, but mammals survived. The reason was simple. Jurassic was trying to feel so big, what can technology do to it? What can change do to it? And in that pride, it became extinct. Mammals were smart enough. They learned to live with the changes. And that is where we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to learn to live with technology. We have to learn to live with changes. We have to learn to not only assimilate changes, but even forecast changes. Otherwise, we will run into problems which are difficult to imagine even today. The future isn't what it used to be. That's another famous quote. The rate of change has been unprecedented in the last couple of decades in the entire history of civilization. And that makes our adaptability much stronger an issue. But at the same time, I will distinguish adaptability vis-a-vis subsuming to the change. You cannot be a part of the change and forget yourself. That again will be a difficult thing. And again, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan raised the human values along with this. And I remember about 20, I'm a student of information technology. And about 25 years ago, I gave a lecture on IT. It was rather a new subject at the time. And I said, IT is nothing but a synergy between I, that's human, plus T, which is technology. So if you synergize humans and technologies, that's real IT, and nothing more than that. And I remember having added a sentence, please remember, I precedes T. You have to put yourself first and technology later. Don't be led by technology, adapt the technology. You be the controller of technology, you be the controller of decision taking. Otherwise, again, a very senior professor said, artificial intelligence is welcome, but if it leads to natural stupidity, it's not welcome. We cannot allow artificial intelligence to take us over and do whatever the system keeps on asking us to do. That is not a desirable state to have led to, but which at times appears to be. Human mind, some statistical study says, we overestimate the changes which are going to happen in 2 years' time, and we underestimate the changes which are going to happen in 10 years' time. That is a statistical future cast. And therefore, we overreact to what's going to happen very soon. And we sometimes even stop thinking what's going to happen in 10 years or little longer period. And that is where I think academia and industry must play complementary roles, supplementary roles, not substitutional roles. I do say there's a bit of, if I use the word phobia today, everybody says online is the solution. We were all so much critical of online, which was not good. But now we are so much obsessed with online as if online is the panacea for everything. I think that obsession is another extreme of the bad thought process. We have to think that the synergy between the two is the solution. Either end of the spectrum is not the solution. I have seen, I can appreciate technologies, promoting technology to facilitate the thing because that is required to be done. But for intellectuals or academia to prove that we have found a Ramban now online, that is something which is not very desirable. There are problems with online education also, and they will remain for quite some time. So I think the synergy between the two will have to be very seriously adopted, very seriously taken care of, not either of the two kind of thing. Friends, education primarily is a one-to-one activity. Ideal education is between a teacher and a student. We can't afford it, that's a different matter. Yesterday, I had the privilege to go to Shantiniketan, and I found Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore started the school with 5 teachers and 5 students. It must not be a magic that 5 students and 5 teachers got together. Dr. Tagore must have felt that every student must have a teacher. And that is why it started with 5 students and 5 teachers. We can't afford it, understandable. And massification of the education did lead to lecture method of teaching, which the whole world agrees is the worst method of teaching. But we had to adopt it because there was no other, there is no other option. We had to adopt to the examination system of the present day multiple choice questions, which again has its own limitations, but we had to adopt to it for the game of numbers. So what I'm trying to say is, please adapt, adopt, but understand the limitations and then see to overcome these limitations, what more has to be done. And that is where the part of intelligentsia, part of the universities will come in. We should not replace one by the other all the time. My friend talked about technologies. Yes, we have technologies for everything. Artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, Internet of Things, 3D printing, so on and so forth. And as I said, even today, artificial intelligence is being used by non-computer science people much more than by computer science people. And this is going to increase, and this should increase. The people in this hall, which may be by and large engineering or management side, please understand artificial intelligence is a tool, may be designed and developed by computer science people, but not for use only by computer science people. It will be useful only and only when all others use it. And I have used the synonym AI for AI, artificial intelligence for all Indians. When we are able to do that, then only we'll be able to really serve the cause of AI. NEP has been talked about. I like to forewarn about a trend again. We have got into a habit. Something is to be introduced, introduce a subject. Supreme Court said people must be aware of hygiene and sanitation, and we said environment science must be a subject. Then we say this must be a subject. How many subjects can you introduce? You have to now learn to introduce attributes as to what should be the things which can be introduced by role models, by practice, by demonstration. not by subjects and examinations. So that is where education technologies is going to play a great role. We now have an opportunity for the first time where one-to-one education in some sense is possible, because a student can open its laptop and start learning. Even a repeat lecture and all that. So that Gurukul system of one-to-one is possible. But again, to beat the costs, it is also possible that one best teacher addresses 10,000 students at a time without any additional cost. So now we have a cost-independent teacher-student ratio, and that's a great favorable factor by which we can balance costs with face-to-face learning and technological learning in between. So friends, skills, which is the fashion of the day, is a must for all our students. But again, whatever you may think, please do not replace knowledge by skills. Please add skills to the bouquet of knowledge. I find a trend, some people now feel skill, and everything is done because it might lead to an immediate job. But let me tell you, and I think all technologists present here will agree with me, change of skills will be faster than change of knowledge. So if you prepare a student for a skill without a knowledge base, he may get a good placement today, but after 2 years, he may not know where to go because that skill will go off. New skill, he will not know how to learn it because you have not given him the basic knowledge. So we have to make a very balanced base between knowledge and skills, not knowledge replaced by skills. And that danger I want to sort of caution you that unless we make sure that we are able to strike a balance, we take a wrong notion of multidisciplinarity as if everybody has to study everything. No, multidisciplinarity would only mean that the new disciplines which require knowledge of several subjects. For example, somebody mentioned automobile engineering. Tomorrow you might have BTech electrical vehicles, but that will mean mechanical engineering, computer science engineering, everything. And I remember an correspondent asking head of General Motors, sir, what do you see is your competitor, Ford Motors? He says, no automobile company can be our competitor. My competitor will be Google, Amazon, Facebook. These will be my competitors because next car is going to be a computer which is not on the table, but on the 4 tires. And that is the philosophy with which we'll have to go. So friends, thank you for giving me this opportunity, but you will have to see beyond 2 years, beyond 5 years, and work accordingly. If the universities and institutions don't do that, we might enter into a black hole, which may not be desirable. With this, I won't use the word advice. Many of you are much wiser than me, but giving this word of caution, thank you very much, and hope that the day will be a very useful spent day, all of us learning much more than needed. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor K.K. Agarwal, for being here all the way from your hometown. Thank you for your deliberation. May I now request my virtual team to please have Dr. Anil D. Shastrabuddi on screen for us. Dr. Anil D. Shastrabuddi, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, please.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank ICC, who have been arranging this Edu Summit. This is the second in the series. Sri Satyam Roy Chaudhary, who is a good friend, I had committed that I would be there physically present because of certain urgent work that came up in Delhi. I am coming online in a virtual mode. I was just listening last few minutes, Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation. Earlier, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, while traveling in a car, I was listening to him as well, who is the chairman of NAC. So both represent accrediting bodies, very important bodies in our education system. Also higher education, British Commissioner, Mr. Nick Lowe, who spoke eloquently. And I don't know, I didn't hear others, but Professor Saikat Maitra, Dilip, and later Professor Suranjan Das, Raina Guha. I am thankful to all of you for inviting us here on a very important occasion of second ICC Edu Summit. And the national education policy is here for the last 2 years. And we all know that there have been several seminars and webinars, maybe hundreds of them, both at the national level, at the level of even the Prime Minister, President are involved, Education Minister involved in many of these, and also at different universities. And therefore, in the light of the one part, the national education policy, which has come from 2020, and the pandemic, which we all suffered, and therefore education suffered to a great extent, this particular topic chosen by ICC, that is EduTech Trends in India and the vision for 2025, is absolutely relevant. And now I will reflect some of the speakers who already mentioned about Swami Vivekananda. We also had Rabindranath Tagore, who were great visionaries from this state, from where this particular summit is now occurring. They all talked about education, and this education for the masses, but how do we deal with that? One of the fundamental things is each individual is divine and comes with some basic ingredients. It is our duty as teachers, administrators, to find out the talent within every individual and hone it, polish it, and allow it to blossom. I think that is the basic perspective of the education. And when we talk about NEP 2020, the 5 important pillars which are talked about in this are about access, which also we were talking for the last 75 years, increasing our gross enrollment ratio both in the schools as well as in the higher education sector. Equity, how do we provide equitable education to all, those who are haves or those who have got wherewithal and those who do not? How do we take care of all of them? That is equity. Therefore, access and equity was overemphasized, and that is how in higher education sector we moved on from mere 0.7% to 27% now. But somewhere in between we lost track of quality, and that's why the third pillar is that of access, equity, and the quality. And this quality is very, very significant and important. And the 2 regulators gave several ideas about how do we maintain this quality and how do we create our graduates who are not only employable, they are value-based, they are ethical, they are morally high, and many other things, including how some of them will become entrepreneurs and create jobs. I think that is what is important in delivering the quality education. The next 2 are equally important. They are affordability and the accountability. This affordability is important in a country like ours because huge population who lives below the poverty line, some who are in the middle class, lower middle class, how high quality, accessible, equitable education can be provided at an affordable cost. Everyone is not able to pay the high fees that some of the private institutions charge. And therefore, there is a role for the government and also for philanthropic organizations to provide affordable education to the masses. And that is very, very important. And that's where when Professor Agarwalji was saying that, in the ancient times, even in the universities of Takshila and Nalanda, the teacher-student ratio was 1:5. And can we resurrect back the education sector where the teacher-student ratio is 1:5? Probably difficult, but not at all. We cannot say that it is impossible, but today it is such a massive scale that we need education. In the school education, overall, there are about 25 crore students, 250 million. In the higher education sector, 40 million, 4 crore. And therefore, finding out so many teachers at the ratio of 1:15 itself is becoming difficult. And therefore, 1:5 could be a long-term dream. But today, at least, we must have high quality, affordable education at 1:15. And that's where accountability comes in. Where many a times regulatory bodies specify a faculty-student ratio. The accrediting bodies also go and check, but despite that, there is less of accountability at times, and then we have to take stringent action as a regulator in order to curtail the seats or give penalties. To avoid that, how do we create a system where self-governance is also going to be very, very important? And the national education policy talks about this particular aspect in the form of what we say regulation must be light but tight. That means each institution, organization who want to provide education, be it in the higher education, which is general education, or higher education, which is technical, medical, law, each one of those institutions must be aware of the requirements in terms of infrastructure, in terms of faculty, in terms of laboratories, in terms of equipment, in terms of the processes that are involved, and they should commit to it. And that commitment should come from within, not by force. And then they must follow it, announce it transparently on their websites. And once we have that transparent system in place, naturally the stakeholders, the major stakeholder or the important partners in this education system are two. One is student, the other is teacher. And they are all having that access to that information. And if they find that this information which is given is not correct, that is when they should approach the regulatory body for taking stringent action, and that's where tightness comes in. I think this is what is the basic premise on which the entire national education policy rests. Along with that, there are other features. I will come to that a little later if time permits. But most important part is the multiplicity of regulators needs to be curtailed. For different variety of education, today there are a variety of regulators, and an organization running different programs have to suffer by being subject to the inspections by several such organizations, and therefore one single regulatory framework called as Higher Education Commission of India, along with 4 verticals, one for regulator as regulation, that is NHERC, which is a regulatory council. The second is funding council, which will support funding or financial requirements of institutions, projects, research. The third one is accrediting body, National Accreditation Council, and the standard setting body, General Education Council. This is what is envisaged, so that entire set of educational institutions in India, 1040 plus universities, they're all variety. We have probably the highest variety of universities that exist are by Parliament Act, by Assembly of the states, private universities, deemed to be universities. We have also universities which are akin to universities called as by an act of parliament, like IITs, institutions of eminence and excellence created by the government. So all variety of these institutions need to be under one umbrella of the education sector, and the interests of the students, who are the student first policy, has to be inculcated, driven by faculty, because faculty are almost long-term members of the academic institution. Once they join, they will remain for about 3 to 4 decades, and therefore the processes, the way the college or the university's vision has to be implemented, the real stakeholder would be, apart from the management or the government, is the set of faculty. And that's why faculty and students contribute the major thrust of that. Of course, who are the users? The government, the society, the industry, they will all make use of the people coming out of the educational institutions. Therefore, they are also stakeholders. And that's why during the pandemic, what we observed was the difficulty of not able to handle the class. So some of the terminologies which were already in existence, for example, people were already talking about blended learning, or were talking about flipped classes, or online education, digital education, has become further polished in terms of further allowing more and more people to join hands. And that's why the gross enrollment ratio, which is at 27%, is envisaged to increase it to 50% in the next 10 to 15 years by using whatever means that are possible. And one of them is the blended mode, or the online education, or making use of the educational technologies that are emerging, and that is where we come in. Now I will reflect on few of the what we call alignment with the new education policy, which already started maybe 5-6 years back, much before this education policy came, much before pandemic occurred. That is about the Swayam, which is a MOOC platform, indigenously developed MOOC platform, where today more than 3,500 courses, more than 150 million, students are going in and coming out. Some of them registered for courses, some of them completing their examinations based on UGC and AICT regulations, 20% of the credits earlier, and now 40% of the credits being earned out of them. This is one area which has strengthened in the last 4 or 5 years. The other one, which we started recently, about 3 years ago, was the National Educational Alliance for Technologies. And that is where edutech companies have a great role, and they have been playing. We observed that there were several startups as well as small and large companies who had created niche products in the area of education technology by using all variety of possible tools that they have access to. They have AR, VR. There is also the possibility of using blockchain. There is also possibility of using AI, about knowing the level of learning, the standard of learning, the movement in which the student is learning, all of that being taken into account using artificial intelligence, giving him a pathway which is different for each student, is also possible through the use of technology. And that's what many of the NEET products, National Educational Alliance for Technologies products, were doing. And we innovated. They had a fee. So we said the very high quality such products will be provided to students. Obviously, they cannot be given free. So for every 4 students who buy the product, the companies were asked to give 1 free product, which we distributed to socially and economically weaker sections of the society. Thereby, we satisfy the thirst for knowledge by everyone. And this is one area which we started. But even before the Swayam came in, we all are aware of the NPTEL, which was a technology platform through which a lot of engineering courses were being driven. And also there were courses developed for laboratories called virtual labs. And both of these were also effectively used during the pandemic. And all of this led us to believe that more and more technology intervention for empowering students is possible. And that's how Swayam has gained importance, NEET has gained importance. We also, in the pandemic, conducted faculty development programs, which otherwise we used to do face-to-face, into online mode. And we were able to train more than 3 lakh faculty members in emerging areas of technologies like AI, IoT, machine learning, robotics, 3D printing, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, cyber security, data analytics. And these have become very important for not just engineering students, but today for commerce students, for economics students, for arts college students. It is important for medical science students. It is also important for legal students. And that's why all of this, what we have been training our faculty members, is useful to other faculty members from other domains as well. And many of them are attending. Forget about the higher education sector. We receive applications from school teachers. They say that we also would like to learn from out of this. And very recently, the committee was set up for AVGC, audio, visual, gaming, and comics. How at the lower end, for the school children, that means the new system is talking about, instead of 10 plus 2, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. And most of the education in the lowest 5 years must be through games, through comics, through audiovisual, through experiential learning, rather than making them to read and write. That will anyway come. Arithmetic will come, literacy will come, the word power will come, storytelling will come. But all of that through gamification is what is being talked about. And that is where, again, education technology will play a very great important role. So in this Edu Summit, EduTech trends right from school education to higher education are driven by a variety of educational technology. I'm also talking about, Professor Agarwal rightly said that we should not overemphasize only in general education, but also on skill education. Or only overemphasizing on skill education is also not good enough. We need a thorough balance. And therefore, how credits can be earned both from the domain of the skill as well as from the theoretical concepts and knowledge, and more importantly, application. And that is where the internships have become very important in today's world. The world of work is different from world of education. An experience in industry, and whatever type of industry, it may be small or big or startup, or even working in society under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan kind of a philosophy to see the problems and challenges that exist in the society and solution of them, how do we get them from out of our education is also important. And that is also reflected in our Smart India Hackathon, in which problem statements from the government, society, industry, thrown as a challenge to undergraduate students are able to solve them. So that means problem solving ability is also equally important, which also brings us to multidisciplinarity, which is not merely learning subjects from different disciplines, but how do you integrate the knowledge of those various subjects in order to create a solution which is useful to mankind. And that is where values will come in. That is where SDG goals will come in. How, without affecting the planet, the only planet where we are living today should not be disturbed in terms of ecology, in terms of environment, and still the people should get whatever they desire, they want to get solutions to their problems, we must be able to deliver. I think that is what is being attempted at by using various types of elements that we have talked about. For skills, we have a portal called Karma, through which institutions where there are facilities are appealed to provide not only skills to their own students, but those who have dropped out from the schools in the nearby places, maybe in the town or village somewhere nearby, pick them up, give them employable skills so that they become useful. They may not come to higher education, but at least they become employable. We also said we are talking about outcome-based education, but the outcomes only at the end of the program, if we are testing, it would be too late in the day. We must start checking the progress or evaluation or the assessment of the students and teachers right from beginning. And we have created a platform called Parak. It really assesses the outcome of the learning that the students have undergone while they come into the system to at the end of the first year, second year, third year. And then from time to time, they get advice using technology, using AI, as to where they are lacking and what they need to do as an individual, as well as an institution, for the institution to do some changes in the way teaching learning process takes place, or the facilities that are created, or the style in which students are able to do it well. All of that is going to be given in the form of advisory. This is going to be very, very useful. So I think in the end, I would like to say that all what we learn finally has to be used somewhere or the other. And that is why applications are to be given more importance. All our textbooks are being written today and are being delivered in the basic format of an outcome-based education, including some additional reading material. And what we are also advocating is how do we give high quality education, which is higher education, also in our Indian languages. And that is where again, all excellent books written in English are being translated into 12 Indian languages. And we are saying that you can give education also in our mother tongue and our respective state languages. And we are very happy. Last year it was only 19. This year it has crossed about 40 institutions from different states, around 11 states, and in 7 languages they have come up. And we want to keep on increasing it to finally 12 languages in the years to come. So affordable education, education for the masses to the remotest possible places, and high quality one, which will give them true empowerment is what is our goal, and that is what education technology will do. But again, last word I would like to say, again, as all the earlier speakers said, technology will go to one extent. Ultimately, it is the teacher and student connect, the interaction between them, and the values that are imparted to them will go a long way for creating nations and the planet. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Dr. Shastri, thank you so much for joining us virtually. It's always a pleasure to have you. We did miss you physically, but thank you so much for your valuable deliberations. Before going ahead with the vote of thanks, from our respected committee member, Professor Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. I would request all of my dignitaries sitting on the stage today for the inaugural panel to please pick up the wrapped knowledge paper, which is in front of you. This is a report prepared by our Indian Chamber of Commerce policy team on second ICC EdTech Summit. And we would like to please present it to all of you all. It would be available and sent to all of the people attending online. Education Technology Trends in India Vision 2025 for you. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, to please give a vote of thanks.
Professor Shubhude, who had been online, Professor Agarwal, Professor Patavardhan, who had been also online, His Excellency Mr. Nick Lau, Mr. Dilip Hanumara, my colleague Vice Chancellor Professor Shoikat Mitra, Professor Shottam Rai Chaudhuri, distinguished members of the House. Could I, on my own behalf and on behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, take this opportunity to propose a formal vote of thanks. We express our sincere gratitude to the guiding figures of the country's leading higher education regulatory and accrediting bodies, Professor Shubhude, Professor Patavardhan, and Professor Agarwal for joining us in the inaugural session. We sincerely thank His Excellency Mr. Nick Lau, Mr. Shottam Rai Chaudhuri, and Mr. Dilip Hanumara, and my colleague, Professor Shoikat Mitra, for the gracious presence and sparing the valuable time for us. I thank our friends from the media for attending the event and also express our gratitude, the sponsors and partners for the support without which this event could not have been organized. But no academic event is successful without a lively and critical audience, and happy to find some of the best critical representatives of the civil society present today, which I'm sure should make the interaction fruitful. I thank such distinguished members of the House for being with us. I'm sure the House will agree that the inaugural session was the most engaging session. This, I believe, was largely possible because we had in the panel the best representatives from all those sectors which are crucial for discussing the problematic that has been chosen for this conference. Friends, needless to say, as has been underlined by the speakers, that the recent pandemic had resulted in a disruptive impact on education, which, as the speakers rightly pointed out, had accelerated the linking of technology with the pursuit of education. But the question that has rightly been raised also, will technology-based education become a complete substitute for brick and mortar education? And are we speaking of only of digital-based education? Certainly not, as Professor Patavardhan, Professor Agarwal, and Professor Shubhude reminded us. Surely the challenge today is to develop a hybrid pedagogy that would not only expose the students to the ever-widening knowledge world, but also make them meet the challenges of real-world requirements. As has been aptly remarked, our students need to learn both the grammar of linguistics and traditional knowledge, as well as the grammars of coded languages. Here, education technology is required to play a constructive role. Friends, today we have also realized, perhaps at a later stage, that there is an urgent need of developing an industry-academia partnership, not only for creating employments, but for promoting R&D, without which inventions can never become innovations. It is indeed unfortunate that despite significant progress being attained in the realm of science and technology in our country, our record in the world of developing patents has been dismal. Of course, one reason for this is a lack of convergence between industry and the education sector. And to address the imbalance, education technology can play a remarkable role. And I particularly make this point given that this event is being hosted by the ICC. Distinguished members of the House, education, as I see it, cannot be an end in itself. but it has to be a means to an end. The end being to create a better India and a better world to live in. And as we embrace education technology, we need to be aware of this. I am here reminded of a pertinent warning from Bertrand Russell, who in his celebrated tract, The Impact of Science on Society, reminded us that science is a double-edged sword, which could be both constructive as well as destructive. In this context, we have to ensure that the benefits of EduTech percolate to broader sections of the society by addressing the pressing issue of digital divide. Otherwise, we'll be creating new social divisive forces. We have at the same time to be careful that the knowledge developed by education technology should make our students creative, cognitive, and thinking individuals and not become over-dependent on technology, as Professor Patavardhan, Professor Shashabude, and Professor Agarwal reminded us. We need robots, but we do not want to turn the students into robots. Therefore, what we need today is to explore all possible ways of harmonizing the use of technology in our creative and critical pursuit of knowledge, which alone can make our nation a self-sustaining nation and enable us to effectively use the demographic dividend. I think how to attain this process should be the main challenge of developing a Vision 2025 for the contours of education technology in India. The inaugural session has already provided us with effective entry points in the matter, and I thank the distinguished panelists for this. Bengal has been historically at the forefront in India's quest for knowledge, and I'm sure Bengal will play a pioneering role in linking technology with the pursuit of knowledge, of course, and emphasize in tune with the principles of equity and justice. And as has been aptly reminded by Professor Shashabude, Professor Patavardhan, and Professor Agarwal, we should not move from one extreme to the other extreme, and Bengal can show the way. Sessions as the present one should enable Bengal to make effective contributions to this process. And I'm sure ICC will continue to play this pioneering role. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor Das, for this powerful vote of thanks. May I now request our chairman of the National Expert Committee of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, to please do the honors of presenting mementos to our honorable dignitaries on stage who joined us for the inaugural session. To Professor Shoikat Maitra, to Professor K.K. Agarwal, to Mr. Dilip Hanumara, to His Excellency Mr. Nick Lowe, to Professor Suranjan Das. Thank you. Thank you. Can I have one for our chairman, please? So we will break with this session today. I would request everyone to take a group photo. So stand up for the group photo. With this, we end the inaugural session. I would request all of you, there is coffee, tea. Dr. Shashabuddhi and Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, we immensely thank you for joining us virtually amidst your busy schedule. We are forever grateful to you and want to see you with us for our ongoing work as well. Thank you so much. We are honored once again. Have a good day to both of you. To my delegates who have joined for the conference today, we have a short break for tea and coffee, but do come back after 10 to 15 minutes because we have a powerful panel one with the topic of future of hybrid education, the teaching, learning, and assessment perspective for both school and higher education institute. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I also take this opportunity to please let you know that our partners for whom this event has been possible today, we would like to thank them heartily. Trigen Technologies, our principal partner, JIS Group, our university partner, Hero Wired, our associate partner, our academic partners, Omdayal Group of Institutions, Heritage Group, and MC Creevy Group. Thank you so much. May I request my speakers of this summit to please gather in the speaker room for tea and coffee.
Distribution, telecom and media, and real estate. Trigen harnesses the power of technology to help our clients adapt to meet today's operating challenges and to prepare for tomorrow. Trigen offers a full range of digital education services, including Ditya Digital Transformation Platform for educational institutions, Teach Pro Plus, online program for teachers designed to enhance teaching skills, digital content development services, smart and virtual classroom, classroom in a town, and technology managed services. Like to learn more about how we can help you? Visit www.trigen.com or www.ditya.education.
Teachers are very supportive, my peers are very helpful.
Being a student in COVID era was much more difficult, but due to our faculties, it's become easier because they support us, guided us throughout this period. The lab facilities and the libraries of our department are so well equipped.
The department is also NBA accredited and we all are placed in 7th sem only. From such a great college, it has given us an opportunity to actually make a career out of it. I think that's brilliant.
To be honest, only one of the institutes in all of the world to have a course on data science. We're lucky to take admission in NCKBI because it has given us the opportunity to know about data science, about AI, which would certainly help us in the future. So we are really lucky. Totally agree to that. Yes. এখানে ভিডিও চলে
Can we have everyone back so that I can start the session? Can we have the speakers back in this room? Professor Suranjan Das, I can see Professor Malabika Sarkar, Professor Shashmita Shamanta, Dr. Maitrey Bhattacharya, Dr. Chiranjib Bhattacharya, Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty. Can we have Professor Shashmita Shamanta here in this hall? Okay. Dr. Maitrey Bhattacharya. She there? Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya. Mr. Debanjan Chakraborty. Professor Das. Ten minutes? না, অনির্বাণ আজকে নেই। তার মানে আপনার 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 minutes আছে হয়তো। হ্যাঁ, তাই আপনাকে যা কন্ট্রোল করতে হবে।
ওটাই তো ঝামেলা, তুমি করে দেবে। ভালো হয়েছে। না, ভালোই হচ্ছে। তাহলে এই যে একজন কাউকে বেল দিয়ে আসতে আমি বলতে চাই এত বড় বড়
স্যার 1 ঘন্টার মধ্যে তো সেশনটা আমি এখন আমরা 12:50 we are running late by about 20-25 minutes ঠিক আছে আমি অ্যানাউন্স করে দেব তাহলে
8 minutes তাহলে আর কোশ্চেন থাকবে
ইনিশিয়ালি করলে একটা সেন্সিটাইজ হয় যে সবাই we are running behind schedule by 25 minutes so we are starting with our panel 1. The topic of the session will be the future of hybrid education, the teaching, learning, and assessment perspective for both school and higher education. To start this session, may I call upon Professor Suranjan Das on stage. He's already here. Professor Malabika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University. Professor Sasmita Shamanta, Vice Chancellor, KIT University, is joining us virtually. Dr. Maitrey Bhattacharya, Director, JBNSTS. Please join us on stage. Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, President, West Bengal Council of Higher Secondary Education and Pro Vice Chancellor, Jalipur University. And lastly, not the least, Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty, Director, East and Northeast British Council, and also the Senior Responsible Officer for Research Insights and Thought Leadership for British Council in India. May I request Professor Suranjan Das to take this panel forward. Kindly note that we are running behind schedule, unfortunately, by 20-25 minutes. I would request all the dignitaries on stage to please keep the timing restricted to about 8 minutes to 10 minutes each. Professor Suranjan Das, kindly keep the timing in mind because we are already running behind schedule by 25 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raina, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to moderate a session, which is a distinguished panel. And without further ado, could we first go straight to the discussion? And it is indeed my personal pleasure and privilege to request Professor Malabika Sarkar, whom we know as Malabika D, rather than as Professor Malabika Sarkar, to kindly address the summit. She has a wonderful experience both in teaching, learning, as well as administration. She had a long tenure in teaching in Jadavpur University. Then she was the Vice Chancellor of Presidency University. And now currently she is the Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University. A person who has combined teaching, learning process experience and academic administration experience, both in private and public universities. Malabika Di, please.
A very good afternoon to everyone. It's a privilege to be here, and I thank the organizers for inviting me to be here today on this very important occasion. And I will request our chair to please cut me short if I speak for too long. I know that we are behind time. But having listened to the talks this morning, to all the presentations this morning, which were all extremely thought-provoking, I thought the best thing I could do is to really speak to you from my own perspective, because that's where my understanding comes from of the challenges that we face and the immediate solutions that we could perhaps be looking for. So I start by saying that I, as you know, Suranjan indicated, I have been teaching now for more than 45 years, including teaching also as Vice Chancellor at President's University, and I still teach as I'm Vice Chancellor for Ashoka University. So I'm speaking to you with the perspective of someone who has been a university teacher for more than 45 years, and of what I have learned about teaching and learning as a result of that, including from my students. One very distinguished former student is here with me in this panel. So what I've learned through teaching and through listening to my students, I come from that space. I also come from the space of my extremely challenging time as Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University, because that was right at the heart of the pandemic. So in March 2020, at the time of the mid-semester break, I realized that things were going very badly wrong with the coronavirus. And the students had gone home. We are a residential campus. And I asked the students to remain at home, not to come back. And I asked all of my faculty to quickly prepare for transitioning to online teaching. So within a span of about 10 days, the faculty got together, they worked very hard. They created the best form of online teaching and assessment that they could fabricate, and it was very, very good. That, in fact, that learning is there in the form of a booklet on our website for any other institution to use. And we started from March 2020 online till March 2022, when we were able to reopen the campuses. So in that space of time, the online teaching I thought was superb. Assessments were all done very well. Students got their grades, they graduated. We had a virtual convocation. But during this time, I understood something else. Ashoka is a university that believes in diversity and inclusion. And we have students from many parts of India, indeed also from outside of India. And because as an institution that believes in being inclusive, we reach out to many schools and many cities. So to take a sample, for the 2021 batch, we reached out to 136 cities of India, to more than 430 schools. We got our 700 students, 45 of whom were first time, they in their families. They were first time learners. And Ashoka has always, from the start, believed in very generous financial aid. So for the 700 students of the 2021 batch, Ashoka offered 21 crores of financial aid. Our financial aid starts from 25% all the way to 100%, depending on family income. In that year, we spent 76 crores on financial aid, 21 crores on just that 2021 batch. So that tells you that our students came from many different economic and regional backgrounds. And when we transitioned to online, we discovered that for many students, it was an impossibility. Some students complained of internet difficulties. We sent them laptops, we sent them dongles, but connectivity in their region was very poor. There were students very bright. To get into Ashoka University is not easy, as everyone knows, as a student, not easy. But so these were exceptionally bright students with a lot of promise, but who came from families where 7 family members who were living in a one-room apartment. How was I to expect that student to be able to do all the courses online and qualify. So what we did do, of course, is we took a bold step, managed through financial aid again to bring these challenged students to campus where they could do the classes from their rooms on campus. But I'm telling you this story not simply to say what a wonderful place Ashoka is, of course it is, but also to tell you that while industry may be ready for technological different classes and teaching, while education technology may have prospered, while industry is ready, India is not. Until India is ready, until every corner of India has access through virtual means to learning, we should not be thinking of transitioning to online teaching. We must be mindful that this must not be a divider between those who are privileged and those who are not. Education is meant for everybody. So what the technology industry can do is it can help the country evolve so that access becomes a reality. Otherwise, it is a major problem. The other, because I also taught since March 2020 online, the other fact that I realized is that teaching online and teaching in person are two entirely different things. The best of teaching is always performance. And I kept telling my colleagues that moving from classroom teaching to online teaching is like moving to performance on stage to screen performances. There is the divider of a screen that distances you from the student you're trying to mentor. And yes, the student has the advantage of being able to press the pause button, somewhere. If it's not a synchronous class, can press the pause button and come back to a recorded lecture. In the synchronous class, it becomes difficult. What is lost is eye contact. And with that is lost a large part of communication. The best of education is never transmission of information. That in this day and age happens so easily through Google. The best of education is to make education transformative for the students receiving it. For that to happen, you have to be in the same room as a teacher with the student. Otherwise, it simply does not happen. So it might seem that at a summit like this, I'm perhaps saying the wrong things, but I don't mean to. What I mean to do is to alert everyone to these two simple facts. One, that India is not ready. Every corner of India is not ready to receive online education, and that there will always be an intrinsic difference between teaching in person and teaching online. If education is to be holistic, it involves many things, not just the class that is happening online. It has to be many, many other features of experience for the student at a university. So my own surmise is that till 2025, which is the date given for this summit, the brick and mortar university is here to stay. It's not going to go away. But what is going to happen, and that will be a game changer, is that technology has taught us, who have been teachers, as I say, for more than 45 years, have taught us how to handle technology. So there will be many new things that we will do for our students. We will send them recorded lectures ahead of the class, use the class more for interaction, discussion, problem solving. Another area that India needs to look to is creating outstanding MOOCs that would be accessed by the whole country, but also from outside of India. There are areas of learning where India is ahead of the world. And in those areas, certainly, we should be producing massive open online courses that everyone can access. So my sense is that there will be a great deal that technology can provide us with. One thing that has happened is pre-COVID, a Skype conversation was the maximum limits to which we all went. But our inhibition to using technology has now disappeared. So give us Zoom, Google Meet, any other platform, and we are all very comfortable. We know which button to press for chat, which button to press for what. We have all become literate in the field of online education. That has been a real gain. But my view is that India is not yet ready. And you cannot have education plan for a country if it's not accessible to every single student in the country. India is not yet ready. And my second point is that education means many things. The classes, the sports and games, the music, the concerts, the talking with friends, the companionship, the talking with teachers, mentorship, long discussions far beyond class hours. All of these things, it's changed me when I was a student. And it certainly, I think, changes students who come to university. And that is what is truly immersive. That is what is truly transformative. And that is here with us, I think, for some years. But it can be enhanced through all that we have learned on the digital platform. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Malavika, for those excellent remarks. You haven't said the wrong thing. You have said the right thing in a technology-driven summit. After all, me, Debanjan, and you come from poor social science background, where we scrape the barrel for existence. Most of the members of the House are from the privileged background of science and technology. So thank you very much for reminding the House of the old English adage that we should not put the cart before the horse. Thank you very much, Malavika. It is now indeed my pleasure to request Professor Shoshmita Shamanto, I think she is online, to kindly address the summit. Thank you, Professor Shamanto.
Thank you. Good morning to all. And most respected chairperson and Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University, if I have understood rightly, and respected other dignitaries, guests present here. In this Indian Chamber of Commerce meeting, we all are discussing about hybrid education, perhaps which has become the part of our life since last 2 years. And we all are expecting that it will be there as the part of our lives. And we all are expecting that this hybrid education will be transforming the life of all the educators, learners, and the life of future professionals. Life of future professionals, those will be there working in different sectors of knowledge, different sectors of industries. While I speak this, I can say that, of course, migrating to the hybrid mode of education, the movement has not started just before 2.5 years. This movement has started before 1 decade. And all the institutions, particularly the educational institutions, and if I talk about educational institutions, particularly the higher education institutions, they have tried their level best to bring the hybrid education culture to the university campus or the institution campus in last 1 decade. But in this last 2.5 years, this hybrid education has also come to the school level. And while this hybrid education now it's playing a predominant role from school up to the higher education level, and we all are discussing that what will be the future of education if we are going through this hybrid education mode, whether it is going to last long or the system of hybrid education will be over with this pandemic. But I would like to say that maybe before 3 decades, while each one of us started interacting online, or we all started using using the mail, or we all use the Google, perhaps at that point of time, none of us would have dreamt that it will be the integral part of our life, and we cannot live without email, we cannot live without Google, we cannot live without social media. And this hybrid education now has become that integral part of education. And this, I cannot say that and I should not say that online education will take the place of physical education, but because the online education is having its own advantage, physical education is having its own advantage. While we discuss about the physical education, there the first place is taken by the relationship between teacher and student. The transaction happens between teacher and student. Not only it carries a message or it carries only the information, but it carries the emotion, compassion, and commitment of the teacher for the cause of education or for that child, for that student. Because in this country, while we talk about education, the concept of education in this country, which has come from Vedic era and slowly it is developing with integration of technology to the technology era, or you can say the education era, there always the effort is there by all the teachers to keep the essence and commitment of the teacher for this generation intact. Always that effort is there by the teachers. And maybe because of that, after the outbreak of this pandemic, we have seen when we all are talking about that, what will be the type of education in this pandemic, we have seen the teachers have adopted the technology because of their commitment for the students, because of their commitment for this generation, that they own the responsibility that they are committed to build the future generation of this world, future generation of the humanity. So that commitment is also reflected in that transaction. And coming to the online education, no doubt, we always say that online education is having its own advantage. The online education is having major 2 advantages. One is accessibility, 2 is the inclusiveness. Through online education, we can reach in each corner of the globe what we have done during this pandemic time. Of course, my previous speaker was saying that this country is not ready with the online infrastructure, where because of that, maybe it is not possible on our part to reach each and every child. But during this 2.5 years, we all have realized, if not all, this country has reached to a major portion of the learners, and the education has been imparted to them. And with that accessibility and inclusiveness, this online education system is having another one most potential strength with itself, that is bringing the knowledge of world to the classroom. While I talk about hybrid education, if we take the advantage of both online and physical mode of education, we design our curriculum, our system in a hybrid mode, where the teacher will be there, and we would like to bring the world of knowledge to the class through the I can say that through different video lectures. We can bring different tools to the class, because now we find in any class the mix of the class is such that each and every student is having their own aspirations, own dreams. maybe before 20 years while we are in the class, or before 30 years while we all were in the classrooms, or we all were in the, some of us were in the, I can say the schools or colleges, we were finding that in any family, if the father is doctor, he wants that my son should be doctor. If father is engineer, he wants that my son should be engineer. If mother is a teacher, mother wants that my son or my daughter should be teacher. But that sort of generation, the expectation of generation has changed a lot. So each one of the individual in any class, that can be a local institution, that can be a state level institution, that can be a national institution or international level institution. Everywhere the class, in a class, each and every child is having his or her own aspiration from a particular course. I teach organizational behavior and human resource management. And while I teach in the class, if I am having 32 students in the class itself, I find each one of them are expecting their career in a different type of industries, society, or different domains. Some may expect that when I teach to the PG students, I find some are expecting that they will be teaching in future. Some of them expect that they'll be teaching, they will be working in banks. Some of them expect that they'll be working in different industries in consult. They'll be doing, some of them expect that they'll be doing consulting. So all of them are having different type of expectations from the subject I teach. So while I teach a subject, or any teacher teaches a subject in the class, and the class mix or class expectation is very diverse, there I think this hybrid mode of education is having enough potential to meet to the aspiration of each and every student. Because while we talk about hybrid education, I use different learning tools in the class itself. And each one of the students in my university, they have been provided with laptops, desktops, or any type of gadget with themselves. They can choose the problems and issues according to their aspiration. The subject, the theory, the content, whatever I teach, that can be same. But the case studies selected by the student can be different. The issues, the problems selected by the students, that can be different. And while they address those issues in diverse platforms according to their requirement, I think that that learning become more fruitful, more engaging, what today we all are expecting from the higher education system. And coming to hybrid education and its future, I think in last 2.5 years, most of the institutions, even the schools, they have tried their level best to convert the classrooms into the smart classrooms. And all of us now have learned that what type of tools, what type of platforms are to be used in the classrooms. Yes, in this country, few MOOCs platforms have become till now very popular, but I have seen lots of efforts have been put by the national leadership, state leadership, for each and every universities or the higher education institution to develop their own learning platform, to develop their own e-platform, develop the content for that, and also contribute for the content for the national platform like SWAYAM, NPTEL. And I find lots of motivation is there in the teachers nowadays, because as they have used the digital platform in last 2.5 years and they are educated and they have understood the difference that how to develop a digital content, how to develop a physical content. Perhaps we all are educated by that. How to design with the questions for the digital platform, how to design the questions for the physical platform. That differences are there. So accordingly, the university like us, we have now given the utmost freedom to the faculty members for designing their own courses of studies and define that what should be taught in online mode or in digital mode.
Ma'am, can you please conclude?
Yes.
Please.
What should be taught in the physical mode? If I take the example that if I am teaching organizational behavior and I am using the open platform like Harvard Business School the content of Harvard Business School or the Harvard Business School case studies, Harvard Business Review case studies, or if I am taking the case studies from McKinsey or Deloitte, I find that the students get it much more interesting to get engaged with those type of case studies and the issues, problems in those cases. And through this process, I find that the convergence of industries with academics become much more easier for academic institutions. And I find today the industries are very proactive. Industries are very proactive to come closer to the universities. And today we have signed MOU with around 70+ industries, those who are offering the courses to our students either directly or we are using their online platform. We are bringing their case studies to the students. The people, those who are working in industry, they are trying to bring the examples to the classroom through different, either through direct teaching or through capstone project or different type of projects that is being given to the students. So I hope that this hybrid mode of education will bring different, not only a different culture in education system, but it is having enough potentials to bring the issues of industries, societies, and even the aspiration of the students, which will be matching to the aspiration of the students. And this education, the expectation from this education sector envisioned through national education policy and bringing the whole the world of knowledge to the classrooms, to the campuses will be much easier through hybrid education. So thanks to Indian Chamber of Commerce for inviting me here. And thanks to all the dignitaries and the people, those who are listening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Shamanto, for wonderfully explicating the advantages of hybrid education and the ways in which KIIT has experimented with it. And we do look forward to learning from the KIIT experience, which has been playing a pioneering role in the development of teaching learning process. Thank you, Professor Shamanto. Thanks indeed. I'm now indeed very, very happy to request Dr. Maitri Bhattacharya to make her submission. She had been my distinguished colleague during my wonderful days in Calcutta University, and she is currently the director of Jagdish Bose National Science Talent Search, and she is a distinguished bioscientist. Thank you, Dr. Maitri, for being with us today. Dr. Bhattacharya, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Shuranjan Das, the Honorable Chairman of the session. And always he's a respected teacher like us, because in university days, he was the Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University for a long time. And also, he was always a mentor like for the young faculties and all the teachers. Respectable Professor Malavika Sharkar, Professor Shoshmita Shamanta, Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, and Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty. They are all my colleagues at different places. And dear audience and respectable professors and dignitaries. We are discussing regarding EdTech during last 2-3 years mostly. Because before that also this idea was initiated for the discovery of possibly Alan Turing due to like artificial intelligence, its application in education. Now, what is education? Education is the process of learning information, knowledge, and skill which is transferred from generations to generations, which teach the students, the younger generations, to face the challenges of everyday life. And for different civilization, education has passed through several evolution. So in Indian education system has also passed through several evolutionary processes. Once upon a time, we had the training for hunting and gathering, because at that time, education was utilizing the technology for hunting and gathered that food for famine and for flood. And even in human society, there were thrifty genes in the human body, which were used for this purpose. And that is actually the cause for nowadays, the lifestyle diseases. So education after that, it came to Gurukul, where there was the misfortune of Ekolapo from Dronacharya. So that was the problem of personalization, personalized education. There were no school, no institutions, but because there was no book and print media. After that, the print media, school, colleges, everything came, and definitely depersonalization of education happened. So institutions grow for the interaction, student-teacher vibrant interaction, and different progress and growth. But for that long time, after that, during the last 2 COVID years, the pandemic time, again, this idea was, there was a turmoil about that, and we were compelled to completely go for online education to utilize the technologies which were launched earlier before. But what we suffered, teachers like me who are teaching during last 25 years, and when I'm the director of an institute, Jagadish Basu National Science Talent Search, as already Professor Malavika Sarkar has mentioned, that due to the lack of gadgets and also due to lack of connectivity, the students in the remote area suffered a lot. We had to take the transition of assessing and evaluation by examination in the online procedure. And in talent search, I really noted that several of the talented students were deprived of appearing the examination due to lack of connectivity in the remote villages of Murshidabad, Medinipur, and North Bengal. So the problem is severe in a country like India, where the government school education system is definitely declining, is failing, and the quality of education is declining. So we need to focus on the teacher-student ratio, lack of number of teachers, lack of training and motivation of the teachers. And these are the important points which need to emphasize. But in that time, sometimes I feel we are stressing more to get a shortcut that online education is the solution. No, it's not that. We have to go to the classrooms because depersonalization is also a very much problem. And as a teacher, I feel that especially when in NEP, New Education Policy 2020, has mentioned about the inclusive education, there will be children with special needs. There are students who have dyslexia, who have autism, who have attention deficit hyperactivity syndrome. So we need to look at them. And we, the experienced teachers, we know that when we look at the faces of the students in the class, we know what is their emotional background. We know that how their understanding is. So the quality of education cannot be possible without the interaction of teacher and students. Definitely technology is our tool, very strong tool, but always we have to use it judiciously. I don't think more than 20% of our total education can be online education, virtual mode of education, or technology-based education. Our laboratory training, our day-to-day practical classes, workshops, seminars, this cannot be successful unless the physical participation of the students. So I think it's the last thing that we have to be careful about our using technology for education, so that education can play with technology, but technology cannot play with education. Thank you all.
Thank you, Moitri. As I was listening to Moitri, it seems that she was speaking more as a social scientist than as a scientist. Thank you very much. And, um, and you have rightly referred to the danger of the depersonalization of education. And I'm sure the edutech companies, edutech providers should take note of this so that education technology can become an effective tool, not to divide the society, but to create a better harmonious society to live in. It now gives me immense pleasure to request Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya to make his submission. Professor Bhattacharya is a distinguished colleague of mine at Jadavpur University. And amongst us, he is the only person who combines in himself the expertise of administering higher education as well as school education, because he is both the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University as well as the President of West Bengal Council of Higher Secondary Education. Professor Bhattacharya, please.
So at first, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. At first, I want to just convey my thanks and gratitude to Professor Suranjan Das, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. He is not only the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, but in one sense, he is my mentor also, though he belongs from social science and my background is from the engineering. But I always treat him as my mentor, my guru in the administration. I learned a lot of things from him because I just joined administration in the early 2017, in the January 2017. After that, I was in constant touch with Professor Suranjan Das. So obviously, always in one sense, he is definitely my mentor or my guru. And the other distinguished guests who are present on the dais, Professor Malavika Sarkar, Vice Chancellor, Ashoka University, Professor Shashmita Samanto, Vice Chancellor, KIET University, Professor Moitri Bhattacharya, Director, JBNSTS, and Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty, Director, East and Northeast British Council. So it's definitely, and other distinguished delegates who are present of the dais. It's definitely my privilege to be a panelist in this particular discussion on the future of hybrid education, the teaching, learning, assessment perspective with respect to both school and higher education. Now we are going through the post-pandemic phase, particularly during this COVID-19 pandemic. We have come across this particular term, edutech, particularly with respect to more frequently the use of technology in the education. So after the start of the COVID-19 from 2020, basically we were not at all prepared for the online education, but rapidly we need to switch over to the online education when we understood that it is not a short-term event and the COVID-19 will continue for a long term. So definitely you are not so much prepared, and previously the different online meeting softwares like the Google Meet, Zoom, Cisco WebEx, etc., Microsoft Teams, those are not of so much use, and those are basically the free version. But after that, the people started using those particular meeting software, and obviously those ultimately they have become the paid subscription. We need to go for that. So obviously, gradually, we need to rely upon the technology for the education purpose. In fact, now the COVID is over, but still the need for the hybrid education, that is the blended education. As the AICT chairman, Dr. Anil Shastrabodhe also referred, that blended education, in the blended education, we need to focus mainly on the equity, accessibility, and the quality. So these are the three important terms, particularly we need to rely upon, and we need to see that all these particular parameters should be addressed properly. So in the last month, I went to USA on a personal visit to Arizona because my daughter is studying there at Arizona State University, and I went to Arizona State University also. Now there is no COVID as such, but still the hybrid education is continuing because the hybrid education or the blended education offers some advantage in the form of flipped classrooms, then flex learning, a la carte model, and particularly we can motivate the learners through some gaming concept. Say suppose we can use some gaming perspective, we can just allocate some points or level, and by that particular thing, the people, the students can get motivated to learn on their own and to venture into that particular domain much more frequently. So the hybrid learning or this particular blended learning is still continuing in the USA, and it will continue definitely because of these advantages. So there are definitely some advantages, but with respect to India, the main problem is that the socio-economic issues. There is a huge difference in the socio-economic structure. There are some remote pockets in India, particularly with respect to West Bengal. There are in some areas in the Purulia, Bakuria, or in the North Bengal. So the digital penetration is not very much. So in those particular areas, the digital learning or the online learning is practically a myth. So it is very difficult to get the proper implementation of the digital learning in those particular areas, though the digital penetration has increased quite a lot after the implementation of the 4G technology in India, and expected that the 5G also will roll out on 15th August officially. But still, and also the data cost is one of the minimum in India, just among the world. But still the digital penetration is not so much to implement the hybrid learning or the blended learning all across the state and all across the country. There will be some digital divide in that particular true sense, that there are some pockets where the students will not be able to access those particular tools. Those are necessary for the hybrid learning to be more effective. As per my personal opinion, the hybrid learning and the use of ICT tools, those are different concepts. Basically, we were using the ICT tools before the COVID-19 itself, and it was quite popular in some schools and in some other universities also, because the use of multimedia obviously will promote the learning. It is well established. But the blended learning is something different from the use of the ICT tools, but definitely we need to use the ICT tools for the blended learning. So the technology is very, very important. And now the people are using the artificial intelligence as well as the virtual reality, the VR, particularly for the blended learning or the hybrid learning. And this learning management software, the LMS, basically relying upon a lot of things on technologies as well as the artificial learning. So whenever we are going to use the online learning or the hybrid learning, we need to develop the assessment tools also. We need to understand how the students is picking up the different subjects. And particularly, we need to assess the students' academic progression. For those, definitely artificial intelligence or the machine learning can help a lot in the implementation of that particular software, so that we can understand the teacher, the parents also, the feedback can be given to the parents that how the students are progressing through that particular online learning or the hybrid learning mode. So obviously the use of technology is very much, and the technology and the softwares are coming up. And particularly hybrid learning was thought to be not so much effective for the professional course, particularly where the hands-on training are very much important. So the lab-based course, particularly in engineering and technology or in the science subjects, there are a lot of labs where those particular laboratory concepts are very much important for proper understanding of the subject. In those cases also nowadays, the virtual laboratory are being promoted. And the virtual labs are coming up with virtual reality. The students can effectively sense as if they are performing in the lab, in the 3D environment. So these are now possible. The technologies has come up. But the thing is that the implementation is very important and we have to be very cautious so that not a single student is getting deprived because of lack of connectivity or lack of devices, what he or she is possessing. So we need to be very cautious about that particular aspects also. In the school education, definitely during the COVID-19 period, we in the school, the government of West Bengal actually has developed some virtual laboratory module, particularly for the school children of 9, 10, as well as 11, 12. And those virtual laboratory module have been uploaded on the Bangla Shikha portal. And those virtual laboratory modules have become quite popular because we can track the access, that how many times those particular virtual lab modules, how many hits were there. And we could access those. And from that, we have seen that those virtual labs have become quite popular, particularly in the 11, 12 also. We have developed those virtual lab with the help of several government aided schools in Kolkata. And those virtual labs actually served a lot, particularly the physics lab, chemistry lab, and the biology lab. In the science, in the PCM category, we have actually just created some virtual lab module. So obviously, these are some ICT tools, basically. It is not strictly speaking the hybrid learning, but it is some ICT tools, those we have developed for accelerated learning. So this, particularly in the hybrid learning, the main advantage is that we can just cover more subject. That is a part of the accelerated learning. So we can cover more subject. We can just give student more access to the knowledge. And it is up to the student to pick up that particular knowledge. And we need to help the student through the softwares, through the different technologies. So nowadays in the engineering education, AICT is promoting the online courses through MOOCs, SWAYAM, and particularly with respect to engineering, the NPTEL has become very popular. There are 9 cardinals of the NPTEL, the different IITs, and particularly the ISA Bangalore. They are contributing the NPTEL, and 40% of the credit hours. Nowadays, it is possible that student can learn through the online mode. That is through this particular online module, through NPTEL or some other programs. At Jadavpur University also, there are some open elective. All you know, those who are aware about the engineering courses, as per the AICT guideline, there are open elective courses. And in the Jadavpur University, the engineering, there are 16 departments, out of which 5 departments are there in the Salt Lake campus. So it is divided. So in the open elective, a particular students can take a subject from any disciplines. So obviously there, even in the post-pandemic period, we are now going through online classes for the open elective courses, because that is much more advantageous, because the students from different disciplines, the different departments can avail those particular classes and in the online platform, in the virtual platform, and they can learn a lot. So obviously there are some advantages in the digital tools, in the virtual medium, but we need to use those particular tools very cautiously. And with respect to, again, I'm coming to the school education, because since I'm the president of West Bengal Council for Higher Secondary Education, on 2023, the students, those who were at the class 7, they will appear the secondary examination in 2023. Similarly, the students who were in the class 9, they will appear for the higher secondary examination, that is 10+2 level, in 2023. So there is a lot of foundation gap. Obviously, they suffered a lot because they didn't attend classes for 2 years, starting from 2020 to 2022. So obviously they faced a lot of losses. Particularly, there will be a foundation gap for those particular students, because the students of class 7 will appear Madhyamik Pariksha, that is the secondary examination in 2023, and those who were studying at class 9, they will appear the higher secondary examination. So how to cope up with that particular academic losses? And for that, definitely we need to develop some mechanism for accelerated learning. And some modules have been developed with the help of the government of West Bengal. So those modules have been developed by West Bengal Council for Higher Secondary Education with the help of the expert committee that is being there at the state level. And those modules have already been uploaded on the Bangla Shikha portal. I think those modules will be much more effective for accelerated learning. So obviously, these are some of the things, those are very, very important. But obviously, we need to think about a broader perspective that obviously we need to go for the hybrid learning, because hybrid learning will definitely offer a lot of advantages. But we need to be very cautious that the hybrid learning should not create any sort of digital divide among the society. So with this, definitely I want to conclude, but we are very positive because NAP 2020 also has given a lot of thrust on the hybrid learning. And particularly for the higher education, definitely hybrid learning is very much possible with the help of different technologies, the artificial intelligence, the virtual reality. Obviously, those are coming up. Virtual reality is a very recent tools through which we can actually create a complete laboratory environment. So a student sitting at the home can experience a complete laboratory environment. So as if he or she is carrying out some experiment, as if he or she is carrying out some work in the workshop. So these are possible actually nowadays with the use of VR tools. So I think we can use those particular tools, but again, with a word of caution that we should be very cautious that it should not create any digital divide. So with this, I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya, for explicating what you call the creation of virtual reality, both in school and higher education, of course, with the caveat that you mentioned. Could I now request Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty to make his submission? Debanjan is an alumnus of Jadavpur University, so it's a particular pleasure to welcome him. He also brings with him a rich international experience of exposure to higher and school education, particularly his British experience. So we do look forward to hearing from him about the use of EduTech at the international level. Debanjan.
Thank you, Professor Das, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you, Indian Chamber of Commerce, for organizing this. And thank you, Dr. Shottam Rai Chaudhary, for inviting me to be part of the Indian Chamber of Commerce Education Committee. Thank you, Rajiv Singh and Ryan Aguho, for organizing this so wonderfully. I'm particularly glad that I'm part of a panel where the women outnumber men in terms of speakers. And that is an important point I wanted to make right at the start before I dive into whatever I had to say. This is a city, as Shoranjana reminded us in the first panel, that is at the forefront of modernity in India. And one of the aspects that really inspires me is this is also the city that produced the first woman graduate, Dr. Kadumbani Ganguly, the first doctor who went on to practice in Scotland. And I think it's incredibly important when we talk about digital divides that we also talk about gender divide, and there is an impact of technology on gender, which some of us will be aware of. I think one of the challenges of being the last speaker on a panel is one has to bat like Smriti Mandhana or Rishabh Pant and score at a rate of 150 per ball. So I'll not waste any more time, but dive straight into it. I think let me first address the challenges in school education from the kind of evidence that we have gathered from the British Council working with a number of partners. British Council, as you know, is the UK government's education and cultural institution. We work with in over 100 countries worldwide, and we work with a number of international partners to produce a lot of research and insight. And as Anna mentioned, I lead on some of the research insights and thought leadership work of the British Council in India. So one of the key reports that we have been discussing at the policy level has been the GIAP report. GIAP stands for Global Education and Evaluation Advisory Panel. It's led by World Bank. We launched this report in British Council last month. There are 4 key learnings that the GIAP report highlights in terms of what's been happening in school education during the pandemic across the world. And the overall outlook isn't all that fantastic. Those of us who have been involved in the EdTech side of education, we know that education project as a whole, not just in India, but globally, not just at the school level, but also across all levels, has been teetering on the edge of a digital revolution for over a decade. What COVID pandemic did trigger was it pushed the whole education project over that precipice. We don't yet know whether the education project as a whole will fly or crash land because of that push. We are still trying to figure out what's happened. So the 4 key highlights from the GIAP report are that there is very limited evidence of the success of remote teaching through technology during the pandemic. And I think we need to acknowledge that. There was a case study that the GIAP report talks from Brazil, which indicates that the dropout rates increased by a staggering 300% during the pandemic. One of the second point that the GIAP report references is focusing on the entire spectrum of technology and not just at the highest end of the spectrum, which is digital learning and using 4G, 5G technologies, but also low resource, low bandwidth technologies such as radio, text messages, and television to support teaching and learning, especially in low resource environments and where there are other physical barriers to technology and access. And I think we here in British Council had really quite a staggering success partnering West Bengal School Education Department with ABP Anando, the television channel. And we took our English language teaching and learning to Madhyamik, which is secondary school learners of class 9 and 10. And we reached over 4.3 million students through television-enabled learning. So when we talk about technology, I think it's important to embrace technology as a whole and not just be selective in our definition and selection of technology. The third aspect of the report is particularly interesting, and that is the role of parents in technology and especially in school education. And I think more focus and more attention needs to be paid to parental role, especially when learning happens through technology. The final point that this particular report makes is governments are aware of only technology-based learning, and that is not the only solution, and there's a need to have a much clearer understanding of all the stakeholders in that ecosystem of teaching, learning, and assessment. One of the key barriers for enhanced learning during the pandemic using technology has been assessment. I don't think teaching has the imparting of knowledge, as Malavika described earlier, I don't think that suffered greatly, but how do you assess learning that's imparted through technology, and how do you maintain the sanctity of an evaluation process that is digital? And Professor Das and I have spoken informally about the challenges of technology-enabled evaluation. It is possible, but it's also quite expensive. Let's move on to the digital side of things. And I think, again, many of the school education aspects are reflected in the digital, in the higher education side. I think one of the key kind of benefits of technology and EdTech in particular for higher education is access, quality of access. And speakers in the previous panel have mentioned that. Professor Sarkar also mentioned asynchronous access and the success of massive online open courses. Swayam, as you know, is the world's largest sort of online platform. And that is, I think, where the action will be and we need to focus on. Quality remains, while quality of access is one of the advantages of EdTech-driven higher education system, quality of assessment remains a challenge. Quality of evaluation remains a challenge even in the higher education space. Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya mentioned that NEP currently provides the opportunity for 40% of credits to be gained from online education. And what we are doing from the British Council and the UK is create a bridge between UK higher education institutions and Indian higher education institutions to play in this field of evolving digital technology in higher education, particularly through a program called Going Global Partnerships. Going Global Partnerships has provisions within the framework of the India-UK roadmap that Deputy High Commissioner Nick Lowe mentioned earlier, but also, as some of you may know, that India and UK have just recently signed earlier this month, the Mutual Recognition of Qualifications Agreement. And this is where I think technology and particularly transnational education. So transnational education is different from international education. I've been particularly privileged for getting an opportunity to study in the UK full time, but we think increasingly students will opt for transnational education, which is a lot more blended approach and a combined approach to studying here in India and also sharing credits or studying part of the degree in international universities such as the UK. So transnational education has a lot of opportunity for digital education, especially in the higher education space. Where has digital technology and EdTech really succeeded a lot more unequivocally? British Council, as you know, also is one of the world's leading providers of English language teaching and learning opportunities. And this is where it's a slightly specialized area. It's a more of a English as skills in the employment space. This is where we have seen from the data that we have, online and particularly blended teaching has succeeded. The other area where it has succeeded is in our library. Let me just share some of the data that we have. Every year across the world, we train about 400,000, that's 4 lakhs, students in face-to-face mode in terms of English language teaching. However, during the pandemic, we took this offer online, and through that we reached 80 million people. So that gives you an idea of how transformative digital education and education technology can be. We have a portfolio called English Online, and that offers a range of learning solutions to young learners as well as adult learners early in their careers. And there are primarily 4 areas on offer. There is English Online, which is live learning. There's English for Work. There is English Online for self-study, which doesn't have any tutor interface. And then there's a highly specialized module on IELTS, which is a standardized English test that international students or someone wanting to work internationally need to get through. The other area where we have really succeeded using technology is in our library work. There's been a 76% growth in our online memberships in 2021 compared to the year before. We have had 2,500 people sign up for an entirely online digital library offer. Previously, we had libraries in only 3 cities. Now our online and digital library membership reaches 63 cities and towns in India. So that is a huge jump in terms of how much we are able to spread our resources. And we have already signed an agreement, and the offer will soon be available publicly in the public domain, a partnership with National Digital Library of India, which is led out of IIT Kharagpur. And this will enable the entire British Council library offer and the English online offer to over 4 million students who are currently registered on National Digital Library of India. Let me just bring all of this to a conclusion with some additional remarks on the entire EdTech ecospace and in the policy domain. I think a lot of many of the previous speakers have referenced the digital divide. I think there is a seminal essay by Mark Prensky on digital immigrants and digital natives. I think when we talk about the digital divide, only with regards to resources or urban and rural or just physical attributes, I think we ignore a very important aspect of the digital divide, which is demographic and generational. One of the biggest challenges of education technology as a whole is that education technology is being mediated, the policies are framed, the assessments are being conducted by digital immigrants such as myself. The digital immigrant and digital native divide is around the year 1984-85, when Tim Berners-Lee invented collaboratively the World Wide Web. Professor Das always talks about the importance of humanities and social sciences. As a humanities and social sciences and literature student, I also reflect on the fact that one of the greatest dystopian novels ever written in any language, 1984 by George Orwell, again zones in on that particular kind of cusp. I mean, and this is where I think humanities, social sciences, and literature come in, where they predict the future in ways that I think science, technology can't do. I think please reflect on that. Professor Sahasrabuddhe mentioned a number of the important aspects, the drivers of national education policy around equity, access, and quality. There are also other aspects that he mentioned around values. And this is where I think face-to-face education as a whole across school and higher education plays a huge
can you please
role.
conclude?
Yes, this is my last sentence, literally. So these values are around values of citizenship, values of collaboration. And as someone who has been reasonably successful in gaming the system of education from school to higher education to postgraduate here in India, not once from my kindergarten education to postgraduate education was I ever assessed on how good a collaborator was I as a student. And that I think is a huge gap that education needs to fulfill. The final point value is around compassion. And I think this is an area where we have to reflect a lot more on what education technologies can achieve in terms of instilling these values of citizenship, collaboration, and compassion. Today morning, I was reading an article in The Guardian about the poet Philip Larkin, and I was thinking of his poems and also the paintings of one of my favorite painters, Edward Hopper. And both Larkin and Edward Hopper are kind of artists who dwell on the splendid isolation of individuals. And I think one of the great limitations of education technology, which it needs to resolve. I'm a huge fan of EdTech. One it needs to resolve is the isolation of the individual from its community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this session. I would like to thank Professor Suranjan Das. I'm just keeping it short because we are hugely behind schedule. May I request all of the panelists to take a group picture? And also, can you please assist me with the mementos? Professor Suranjan Das, could you be kind enough to give away mementos to our esteemed speakers, please? To Professor Malavika Sarkar, to to Dr. Maitri Bhattacharya, to Dr. Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, and Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty. Can I have Professor Suranjan Das's memento? Okay, thank you so much. A group photo. I think most of us are a student of Professor Malavika Sarkar. Thank you so much for this panel. I would like to call upon the speakers of the next panel. The topic of next panel is role of EdTech in sustainable development and sustainability within the education system, scope for innovation and entrepreneurship development. May I call upon Professor Dhrubajuti Chattopadhyay, who is the session chair of this particular session, to come up on stage, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Director, NIT Durgapur, kindly come up on stage. Professor Ajay Kumar Ray, Director, JIS Institute of Advanced Studies and Research. I have 3 of esteemed speakers joining us over virtual. Before that, I would like to also call upon Mr. Shubhrata Roy, Director, Tutopia, to please come up on stage. I have with me joining us virtually Mr. Dipyaman Sanyal, Mr. Akarsh Naidu. Mr. Dipyaman Sanyal is Head Academics and Learning, Hero Wired. Mr. Akarsh Naidu, Founder and CEO of the Startupreneur. Mr. Supreet Nagaraju, Head Education, Adopt Systems, India and South Asia. I have Mr. Mohan Kannagal, CEO, Indian APAC, Consumer Emeritus, also who's scheduled to join us, but I think he is not keeping too well. He may not be there in the session. I would request all of the physical speakers to please come up on stage to address the session. Professor Dhrubajuti Chattopadhyay, Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Professor Ajay Kumar Ray, Mr. Shubhrata Roy. All of the physical speakers, may I call upon you to come up on stage, please? May I have a sincere request to our session chair, Professor Dhrubajuti Chattopadhyay, to please request the panelists to keep their speech for 8 minutes since we are running behind schedule in the program. I am also requesting each of the speakers to please keep it to 8 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to everybody. I know that we are pretty late, but still we should continue with this panel discussion because it actually have a continuity with whatever we are doing from the inaugural session. So in the inaugural session, the ball been set up with respect to the balancing between the online and the direct contact education. And then in the panel 1, the future of hybrid education, the teaching, learning, and assessment being discussed so far. And now we have the role of EdTech in sustainable development and sustainability within the education system, scope for innovation and entrepreneurship development. So officially we have 15 minutes before lunch break, but anyway, let us see that how fast we can end it up. We have with us Dr. Anupam Basu, the director of NIT Durgapur, and let us start with Professor Basu.
Good afternoon. All of us have heard the earlier session where there were a lot of proponents for EdTech and its different facets, its different advantages. So just to sprinkle some life to the session, and more so before the lunch and delayed lunch, let me play the role of devil's advocate. And let me start with the null hypothesis that EdTech as it is today is not sustainable. I again emphasize, EdTech as it is today is not sustainable in India. The reason being, sustainability requires two parameters to be satisfied. First of all, it should be socially tenable. And secondly, it has to be adaptive. Now, when we talk of socially tenable, then we must have, in the Indian perspective, the human in the loop. Number one, the point that was being raised by a number of social scientists in the earlier panel. So it cannot be a pure asynchronous mode of communication decided and designed by some EdTech people, but it should be a complete closed loop where the human being or the consumer, that means the students and the teachers, must be in the loop. Secondly, any education has to be a peer-based learning. A lot of emphasis has been put on teacher-student interaction. I would like to emphasize the student-student interaction. Teacher-student interaction can be made through an interactive communication channel. But the students sitting in their own homes and getting the certificates, I can see at my institute, NIT Durgapur, at my other institute from which I am on leave, IIT Kharagpur, and the same has been resonated by many other faculty members, that there has been a observable change in the behavior of the students in the past 2 years. Human behavior quality has gone down. And I am not talking of the marginalized students. I am talking of the affluent students coming from IITs and NITs who had the full advantage of online education. But somehow, somewhere, there was a gap that was put up where had the peer-to-peer interaction among the students were missing. Thirdly, it has been emphasized by most of the speakers, that it must be affordable and accessible. Therefore, from the social tenability point of view, educational technology in India can certainly act as a supplementary support with the human in the loop. It should be mostly human-based, and the education technology can certainly act as a supplement. I said that I am being a devil's advocate. The second point about adaptiveness, the being adaptive, we have to, the education technology, and myself being a researcher in AI, I'll conclude with some of those points here, must tune to the different strata of the society. The need for the students from different communities, different strata for the same subject and not the same. Their preparations are different, their cognitive abilities are different, their social parameters are different. Consequently, we need varying pedagogies and also learning outcomes. A lot of things have been told about learning outcomes, but my question to the House today is that many of you are teachers. Do you think if you have got 5 learning outcomes, all the students can really attain all the 5 learning outcomes? Possibly no. Can we modulate the learning outcomes and focus on their learning on 3 out of those 5 outcomes? So that sort of tuning is also required from the perspective of EdTech. And being a technology person, I can assure you that EdTech can certainly make it possible by weaving in the plethora of contents that we have got in the EdTech sector. Another very important point which technology can do, and everybody will say AI, is modeling the student. When we go for online learning and take some sort of assessments, how do we model the student? Every student is different. One size does not fit all. Therefore, what are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? Where are the knowledge holes for the student? That can be found out using AI. But I've got a word of caution of AI also. By data analytics and other things, we can certainly find that. And that is a very good value add that EdTech can do. And once I model the student, I can tune my pedagogy according to the need of the student. And therefore, we need a proper mix of or blends of online and offline. But who decides the mix? Again, the human being or the teacher. And there, he must be knowledgeable about the actual psychology of the students. Of course, EdTech allows us different pedagogies to be adopted. For example, it has been mentioned, flipped classroom is now a possibility. We can ask the students who have got the affordability. That's my basic assumption. I'm assuming that it is socially tenable and everybody is getting access to it. In that case, we can take recourse to flipped classroom type of things where the students can go through the material, come to the classroom, interact with the teachers, and that can work very well in the schools too, provided the school students have access. And in the inaugural session, a very important point was told by Professor Agarwal that we need a student to be a complete person. Professor Das also mentioned that education is a means, not the end. We want to have a good citizen, a good human being. For that, that bread that is required can certainly be injected through online education, through proper choice of EdTech. Now, just to conclude, everybody is talking about AI. Being a researcher in AI, let me just talk about a bubble. Everybody talks about AI. In the next breath, they will say machine learning. In the next breath, they will say deep learning. As if AI means machine learning. AI means deep learning. No. And consequently, there are many leaders of academic institutions here. I'm sure you have introduced the course machine learning as a core in your computer science curriculum, but you have not kept artificial intelligence as a core because of the market fad. But machine learning is just a tool to achieve or make the AI scalable. And why it will not succeed at all the points, it gives you a very fast, very quick result. It will give you some model of a student, as I was saying. But is that trustworthy? For that, we need explainable AI, which is still not possible. Machine learning can give us a quick solution that may not be a believable or acceptable solution. Or you have to test it. Therefore, let us not again put the cart before the horse in the name of AI and EdTech. Let us have a more judicious look at the reality and then proceed with EdTech in order that it may be made sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Basu. With your null hypothesis, it's actually the thing is any hypothesis is going to be verified by practicals and other things. And people used to do a lot of different types of experiments on that. And I can just give you one data on the experiment done by UNESCO in the last 2 years regarding the education technology, and what in their according to the UNESCO's Global Education and Monitoring Report, 91% of the global student population spread across 194 countries who got affected due to the closure of schools and universities at the peak of lockdown period in April 22. But tech-based interventions at all levels, from early childhood to primary, secondary, as well as the universities, they help a large number of them, where it has been found it is almost close to 63% of students who actually utilize these tech-based interventions. So tech-based interventions actually help quite a number of people. But now the question coming about that only tech-based intervention or tech-based intervention with the human involvement also, that is becoming very, very important. And that's what we are discussing. So we are now moving on to our next speaker, Professor Ajoy Kumar Roy, Director of the JIS Institute of Advanced Studies and Research. But he's actually one person who is involved in the different types of innovation, entrepreneurship in IIT and other places. So Professor Roy, please.
Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay, my very good friend for a long number of years, and my brother my friend for almost 40 years now, Professor Anupam Basu, Professor Subroto Rai. And the most important thing is, the component is all of you who have graced this occasion. I must say that hardly few minutes are left before the lunch. I do not know how many of you are interested to really continue such a discussion. But I'm not going to repeat what right from the morning others have spoken. I would like to rather just start with something. Now, in this session, we are going to discuss about one thing, that is education technology and how or whether it is sustainable or not, as we see it today. About sustainability, my very good friend Professor Anupam Basu has mentioned about the 2 points, but I must add that the most important point out there is the environmental sustainability. Whatever technology we are using, is it environmentally sustainable? Number 2 point is whether it is economically sustainable. Anupam has just now spoken about it. And socially sustainable. Now, the current EdTech means we all know, because you are using during the COVID period of 2 years, everybody has used some form of technology in ensuring that the students, they get some kind of learning. And the result is, to say the least, disastrous. Because all the teachers now, they say that, okay, when they go to the classes, whether it's in the schools or colleges or universities, many students, they have forgotten everything. They just don't know, because so somebody had talked about the importance of offline or hybrid mode as well. Now, I am not going to again repeat whatever has been talked about, but I will only talk about 2 important texts which are coming in the future. Already about 2% of the global population, they have been introduced with these 2 technologies. One is known as virtual reality, and the second one is known as augmented reality. There are again hybrid reality. Now, virtual reality, in my opinion, is very expensive as at this point of time. But possibly, if we all agree and if we all want, I do not know how many industries persons are here If somebody is ready to really spend money from the industries, from Indian Chamber of Commerce, and if some of the institutes are interested, our students can develop. It's not that difficult. Virtual reality means you simulate a situation. Suppose, what do we expect out of a student when he passes from the school or engineering college or university, whatever it is? We don't need much of policies. Policies we have seen, right from 1947, that Radhakrishnan's first education policy down to the newest one, which is we call it as new, and every time a new policy comes, we used to call it as new policy. So there are some here and there changes. Some good points are there and something which may not be that good. But eternally, people have been studying in schools, colleges, they are getting the degrees, they are going for jobs and all. Now, through these written set of policies, naturally, we do something which is much more than that. We want that the students, they must learn. That is the most important thing. Are they really learning? One of the things in fact, again, tomorrow I'm going to a meeting in Delhi, not tomorrow, the 16th, for NAC. I will raise this point, because whether it is doing much good or harm, all the engineering college teachers, they tell me that, sir, I could not do, we are not getting any time to do any worthwhile work, because we have to create so much of database. Morning, one set of database, ministry says that send it, evening, another set of database. And when is the time to teach? When is the time to do research? When is the time to ensure that the students, they have learned? It's a pathetic situation, to say the least. And it must be changed. I know the history about how it came to India from 2016. During the initial time, 16, 17, I was in that committee, national committee, which MHRD had formed. I do not want to go into detail. But then in the whole process, I think that things should be simplified. But so far as these two things are concerned, virtual reality means that you are simulating a virtual environment, like say hunger, food wastage. We must ensure that our students, they know that food wastage should not be done. We also know that there will be a tremendous problem so far as the energy is concerned. Here in front of me, we have got one of the best exponents of renewable energy, Professor Vishwajit Ghosh. He was in Yadavpur, now he is in Neotia. And he has been doing quite a lot in diverse aspects of renewable energy. Now, suppose the student has to learn it. How do you ensure? Students in the primary section, you have to teach them in a certain way. Students in the secondary section, you have to teach them in another way. Students in the college level, because this is something which should be a common and compulsory subject for all the students, and right from childhood, they should learn. You ask any of the students, engineering college students, or any of us, well, Indian Chamber of Commerce in this today's whole days program, how much amount of energy you have used in terms of all these lights, AC is on, and then you tell some of your students to really find and estimate that how much amount of electricity is being used in a certain program, or even in their classroom, or even in their homes. Now, suppose the student should learn, that is a real important thing, that in generating this much of electricity, where from the electricity is coming? From the thermal power plant. What do you know about a thermal power plant? In thermal power plant, coal will be burned. So when you are burning coal, then a lot of greenhouse gases, especially carbon dioxide, etc., will be generated. So they should know that I am I am using or I am consuming 1 kilowatt hour of energy, electrical energy, how much amount of carbon dioxide I am emitting in the environment. Because of that, what is the effect in terms of the greenhouse effect, the global warming? These are all interrelated. So the students have to learn about the interdisciplinariness of science, technology, humanities, everything together. Nothing is separate today. So how do you teach through various examples that whether it's sociology or physics or biological science or technology, everything is interconnected. Knowledge space does not have any fragmentation. So this is important. Now using technology, how do you teach them? If you tell them, then they will learn, they'll forget. So the whole concept of the most modern day technology, I'm not talking about what we have been doing during the last 2-3 years. That is something which is very important. Today, for example, the National Digital Library. In IIT Kharagpur, we have got all the books, they are catalogued, and anybody can look at or can access any of those books from IIT Kharagpur. NDL, this project was started long back, and it's still continuing because newer books are coming, they are getting catalogued. Now, these are all important. These kind of technologies are important, no doubt about that. I'm not going into all such, all small things, whether this is good or this is bad. Technology is important. I personally believe that without science and technology, nothing, no problem can be solved in today's world. Nothing, whether I like it or not. But important thing is that when today or tomorrow, it is going to come. Whether I like, AI or not, machine intelligence or not, it's coming. Nobody will stop. The whole society, the forces, it will not stop. It doesn't, matter whether I like it or not. But important thing is, in the midst of such a situation, the driving force of the society, politics, economics, the technology will move. And VR, as I said, that is virtual reality. There, what you do is that you create a virtual environment. In IIT Kharagpur, in Industrial Engineering Department, we have got a big virtual laboratory, virtual reality lab. I learned for the first time how to, handle a crane. The crane opor boshe na amar ekebare matha ghurche. I was just sitting on a table, on a chair like this. Suddenly I got up. It was almost, some 500, 700 feet above. Just, that I'm just still sitting on this chair. But the environment which has been created is that I'm there, say 800 feet above. And then from there, I have to use the crane and I have to learn that, okay, how the crane operates. So that entire operation has to be simulated. Who will do this? Either the whole simulation operation will have to be done by the students of India, or it will be done by the students of or the employees in USA or in Europe, and we have to buy that. Nothing will stop. The world will not stop whether we have done it or not. In the whole process, what is happening is certain basic fundamentals must be always kept in mind.
Professor,
That is,
yes,
I know.
We have to say, yeah.
Okay, so I've been asked to stop.
Not to
all
stop,
the
yeah.
best to all of you.
Round it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but because of the time and you know that there are many people are waiting, and I'm sure that all of you are love to hear from him because of these exciting stories what he is mentioning. But the important points what he has mentioned is most important to understand. Now we have Mr. Mohan Kanigal, who is the CEO of India and APAC Consumer Emeritus, who is going to join us virtually. Okay, so he's unable to join, so we are going to move on to the next one, Mr. Dipoman. Okay, Mr. Dipoman Shannal, who is the head academics learning, Hero Wired. Mr. Dipoman. Yes.
Hi, am I audible? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, okay,
Please go
fantastic.
ahead.
Sure, thank you. I'm joining from far away and I'm going to keep it very short. I know that we're late and there are a lot of other speakers who will be speaking after me. I think, some wonderful points have been brought up already in terms of sustainability, right? And sustaining the drive for education as we have it today. There are a few things that when we launched, Wired was launched in the middle of the pandemic, right? It's part of the Hero Group and we launched in the middle of the pandemic. And virtual learning. But some of the things that has been mentioned today by the other panelists, some of this actually came out from the research that we did before we launched Wired, and that kind of, that helped us put together our philosophy of learning. One of the things that was mentioned about synchronous versus asynchronous learning. I strongly believe that asynchronous learning 50 years down the line for digital natives who are born with iPad and YouTube at hand, it's going to change. But our research showed us very clearly that even if it's online, what works very well and what people are demanding, our learners are demanding, they still expect that you don't just hand them over a set of videos and assignments and assessments, but you actually have a faculty member on the other side who might be sitting anywhere else in the world, right? But actually being there and hand-holding them in a classroom setting, even if it's online. And that's what we started with. That's what we kept doing, keeping all our programs about what, 80%, 85% sync. And we see that effect. That's what students seem to like, and that's what kept coming up. The challenge, again, as some of you mentioned, with that model is that, yes, you have the faculty-student interaction through the synchronous learning session, but how about pure learning? And there's also been talk about the metaverse and virtual reality. And I believe, as the generation which is used to virtual reality and gaming and so on, as they get to that age where they are a part of the higher education process, it will become easier, yeah. But right now, that's one thing that a lot of edtechs are starting off. We are definitely looking into it very, very seriously, building a platform where students can actually learn in a virtual reality environment, right? It's ongoing work. I don't want to, I cannot provide that many details, but students will be learning in virtual classrooms where the level of interactivity is significantly higher than a session over Zoom or a Microsoft Teams like we have today. So that transition, I think, is happening, which will definitely help in building sustainable situations. And what's happening along with our or many others getting into virtual reality education is that hardware costs are going down. When we started teaching, I started teaching online 10 years back. The first course I was a part of, which was online as a student, was back in 2003, right? When Jadavpur University did a partnership with Staffordshire as a part of the Commonwealth Scholarship, and they started teaching online in 2003, and I was a part of that. Lot has changed, yes, to make the system more sustainable by making things more accessible. Back then, none of us believed that online education can be accessible by millions of people. That has changed with the lowering of the cost of smartphones. I believe that the next leap will be in that direction with cheaper virtual reality headsets or these glasses where you can actually put in your phone, and they cost very, very little. Right? So I think the change in hardware simple hardware will drive a lot of this change. And it is going to make online education more sustainable, but absolutely using the pedagogical tools that have been mentioned by many of you. One of those tools that I find fascinating, and I'm not a professor of machine learning or AI, but I'm a practitioner. I've been working in the data space for 20 years now. Is adaptive learning using a learning management system, which actually can do skills gap analysis and individualize learning. The distinction that I'm trying to make is that before Gutenberg, right, and the printing press, I think when the printing press started and people started printing books by the millions, I'm sure there are a lot of people who are very upset, saying that, hey, you know what? For the past 1,000 years, we have been memorizing everything. And don't get me wrong, that was fantastic. This printing stuff, is it sustainable? This printing stuff, is it going to be mass market? Will everybody be able to gain from the printed book? It's so expensive. And it was expensive 1,000 years or 500 years back, right? Today, it's not. So whenever a quantum leap comes in any field, including education, we look back and say, you know what, the previous version was better when we could memorize, thousands of pages. Why do I need a book? And then printing started and we had the books and we realized that, hey, you know what, that's quite valuable. And today we are probably moving to the next generation. It's a process. But 100 years down the line, do I strongly believe, based on what we are seeing on the ground in education technology, that learning will become adaptive? Learning will not follow the Oxford model where you are expected to be a part of a classroom and be taught the same thing, which everybody else is learning in the class. And this is, again, I'll go back to, this is not new. In Shantiniketan, we know, in Vishwabharati back in the days, we know that a student could be in 8th grade in physics and in 3rd grade in art. That was implemented, close to 100 years back by Tagore in Shantiniketan, in Vishwabharati. All we're doing today, I think, is digitizing it and saying that, you know what, I'm going to run a series of assessments based on that and your interests. You might be coding like a 20-year-old, but learning, I don't know, art like a 8-year-old, because that's what fits you. Because one size does not fit all. And I think that's the sustainability that online education or EdTech is going to bring over the next 20, 50, or 100 years. We're seeing a paradigm shift. It's going to be a significant transition. But I believe all the panelists have what they have mentioned about making it sustainable, making it go to market to a broader group as soon as possible, absolutely makes sense. But I don't think we can turn back the tide anymore. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dipaman. And the 2 points what you mentioned, I really like that adds up quite a bit, the synchronous versus desynchronous learning. Actually, that explains a lot of things where we are talking about this development in this education system. And the sustainability is completely dependent on more and more innovation and development in this particular part of the thing. And definitely we're looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Mr. Akash is there? The next person, Naidu?
Yes,
Mr. Naidu?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
hello.
here.
Hello. Mr.
Yeah,
Naidu
hello.
is here, who is a founder and CEO of the Startuppreneur. Thank you, Mr. Naidu, for joining us. So we want to hear from you, but we have a very little time of 8 minutes only.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I'll be very quick and brief in terms of what we are doing within the space of entrepreneurship education particularly. So we are at the, I would say, cusp of being called an EdTech startup, as well as someone who's working in the entrepreneurship and innovation space, trying to make it sustainable. So yeah, I think I'll just maybe start with a brief context of sustainability in entrepreneurship. So first things first, for us, what the kind of challenge that we encountered when we went to universities or started interacting with students is that entrepreneurship as a career choice is generally not preferred. So only less than 5% of a student population would be interested in taking up entrepreneurship as a career choice. However, with startups, scaling over the last couple of years, 100 unicorns coming up, entrepreneurship is becoming more and more desirable as a career choice for young students to kind of take off from the campuses. So now, if this were to happen, how does EdTech facilitate the whole process? So when we went back and dived deep into what are the challenges currently being faced at a university level or at a college level to promote entrepreneurship development at large, we found out that there are at least three major issues which kind of hinder the sustainability of entrepreneurship development activities. The first thing is that finding the right kind of talent. We need to acknowledge that not every student is suitable or suited for entrepreneurship. They may be only a very small proportion of the entire student body who may have a natural aptitude to take up career path like entrepreneurship. So it's really important for them to have the right kind of platform to share their ideas and then be identified. So first aspect of it is identification of the right talent who could be suitable for entrepreneurship. The second aspect is providing a very practical exposure or experience in terms of what an entrepreneurial life would be like. So to that end, having a very practical approach to building their business idea is very essential. It requires them to actually go out on the field, interact with potential customers, refine their ideas, and then come up with or even come up with their pricing, all of which they would need templates and activities to kind of keep progressing in a very practical manner. So that is the second aspect that we need to keep in mind. The third aspect is what we've seen is once the ideas are generated on campus or business plans are generated, they're presented at some sort of fest or competition, it usually dies down there because there is no further platform to take these ideas forward, either by way of investment or giving potential customers. So most of the campus or student-driven ideas, are shut off at the early stages. So in order to address all these issues, we at Startupreneur wanted to build a comprehensive digital ecosystem to help campus entrepreneurs, mainly student entrepreneurs, to build and scale their ventures. To give you an example, I will just sort of take you to the model that we followed through the pandemic itself. Like earlier, I used to run and manage the startup incubator at IIM Bangalore, which is called NSRCell. So having my learnings of running an incubator in a physical setup, it was kind of a challenge for me to transition Startupreneur as a venture into a virtual mode. How can we support entrepreneurs in a pandemic-like scenario? That's when we sort of developed an EdTech platform, what we call as an experiential entrepreneurship platform, where it's a mix of case studies, activity templates, exercises, and maybe a dictionary with regards to startup terms. We all pack it into a kind of a module-based approach, such that by the end of 12 modules, they're able to generate their pitch deck independently, asynchronously, even without the support of mentor, because it also has access to videos and recordings from top experts globally. So that is one element what we created. But what we learned was that participants or students by themselves are not really keen on going through an asynchronous mode directly, only using just move kind of an approach where they just go through learning materials in a self-paced manner. That rarely happens. Students usually work best when there is a peer learning, when there is a cohort, when there are other students in the class, and when their classes are happening in a very synchronous manner. That's when we've seen that the participation on the platform had also gone up simultaneously. So that's when we sort of introduced the cohort-based learning approach, where we brought in experts and asked them to deliver master classes on specific topics, where participants worked in breakout rooms on each template. So they, for the very first time, they experienced an investor term sheet in the breakout rooms, where the experts came and clarified the points and all of that. So that was a very practical hands-on learning and peer learning that participants experienced in addition to the EdTech platform that we created. So now at the end of the 2-month program, most of the participants came up with their own business plans and ideas. But the next question is, how do we take it to the market? What next? That is a big question to be answered. So that's where we further developed a virtual incubation platform to help these entrepreneurs take their ideas to the next level, mainly by helping them with some sort of mentoring connects, which are made through the platform, and as well as investor connects, and also they could request for product development and business development support as part of this platform. So what really happened is that now you saw that, okay, we started off with some materials for entrepreneurs to experience and build their own idea. We also added a cohort based approach to encourage peer learning and expert based learning. Then we also added the virtual incubation platform to support their idea go to market. And also we've tied up with an investor called Co-Create Ventures to help actually fund some of the entities, some of the ventures that have gone on through the programs. So this way we've completed the entire loop of supporting entrepreneurs right from intent, which means to say that the fact that they have an idea to become an entrepreneur to the point that they've actually raised their first round of investment, so that they are sustainable enough to scale their ventures. So all in all, I think a few elements to keep in mind while promoting entrepreneurship development is it has to be highly practical, it has to be highly cohort driven, where you have other individuals working together, and also it has to lead to them connecting with certain networks or investors beyond the development of business plans. So yeah, on that note, I'll take a pause and I'll hand it over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu. And you have touched one of the last point in this particular panel, the entrepreneurship development and the sustainability of that, and for which what are the different things as per your experience. You have identified the 3 points, and like the finding the right person, then the practical experiences of the students, as well as when the ideas are being generated, how to translated it into the regular thing. So these are the very important areas, definitely. So thank you very much. Next, we move on to Mr. Nagaraju, the head of Education Adopt System, India and South Asia. Mr. Nagaraju.
Thank you, Professor Jyoti, and thank you for the organizing the team of ICC. It's a pleasure to be participating here and share my views and opinions of it. It's definitely important part what EdTech plays today, and I've heard different opinions coming from different corners of academia and industry. One of the fundamental things that we need to focus on is what is the outcome that we are trying to derive, right? Whether it is online, offline, hybrid as an area. The key yardstick of success will be, are we touching the lowest common denominator in the classroom or outside the classroom? And are we able to scale the outcomes not just in small percentages, but in leaps and bounds, given the background of the regional backgrounds that we have, the country as a whole, the pace at which our economy is growing, and what are the needs that we need to cater to. And I think it's important for us all to step back and take a look at what got us here. Will it take us to the next big leap as a country, as a organization? Because ultimately it boils down to whether are we doing justice to the next generation, considering the significant growth that we are seeing in different stratas of industry, and considering the fact that it's a VUCA world that we live in, and it's not what got us here will get us there, right? So we definitely need to take a stab at each one of our key KRAs in terms of start, stop, continue. That's the first message that I'd like to leave with all the academic leaders and also the industry leaders who are part of this initiatives. The second aspect that boils down to is what suits students and prospective professionals in metros may not be the one which will suit students in different parts of the geographical background and the economical background. it's important for all of us to take a clear-cut analytical approach in a very, very comprehensive way to meet the aspirational needs of some of them, because one size of shoes will not fit all. And that is where a combination of roles by academia, by technology players, prospective employers, prospective aspirants from the research organizations, and in even the entrepreneurial cells that are playing in academia and also in the private places plays a crucial role. Now, let's look at what are the different areas that one can add value in, right? Industries are growing in different areas, right? Digital is one aspect of it. Then there is transportation as a vertical that are growing. Then there are verticals that are growing even in the physical, civil, and various structural engineering space. Then there are new areas of mental health and well-being that is coming up, right? There is no one industry that is growing at a particular rate. There are multiple industries, multiple pain areas that need to be addressed across. Now, is this physically possible by the thousands of universities and their affiliate colleges in our country to address them? Answer is no. That's a reality, right? And are students enthused to be just in a classroom and learn in the traditional format that they've been delivered? Answer is definitely no, and that is exactly the reason why we all had gathered maybe a year ago or so to analyze and give feedbacks on the national education policy and various things that the changes that have been bringing out. The question that we really need to adapt to is right now in terms of execution strategy on some of those new areas that can actually meet the ulterior motive of millions of students as a problem statement. The core areas that are helping many of the students today are practical problem-solving abilities, right? It's not just the theoretical aspect of it, and that is where visual expression, digital expression, and making students being more collaborative amongst them, peer-to-peer, faculty-to-student collaboration, in aspects of practical problem solving, not just in terms of theoretical aspects, or not the rote learning of having a one-way based communication through static LMS based courses. That's not going to work, right? You need a combination of it. And last but not the least, the most important aspect of a mentor, the role of a teacher has now shifted extremely to the other end of mentoring students in terms of what route do they need to take, what are the options ahead of them to arrive at a particular outcome as an area, right? Let me talk a little bit about what we've been doing at Adobe, especially in the education space, focusing on deriving some of the learning outcomes and also on the entrepreneurial outcomes. I know I'm standing between you and the lunch, but nevertheless, I'll try and keep it as short as possible. First things first, what we're focusing on is the elementary digital skilling and creative skilling, because creativity today has got an immense impact both at the schooling and at the higher education level in terms of the way in which you start looking at or perceiving problem statements and addressing problem statements. Because one of the key areas that we've been trying to address is, learning is definitely not a spectator sport, and creativity is the future for many of the to-be professionals, students who are having aspirations in different varieties of areas that they would like to address, different industries that they would like to enter as an area. That's the first aspect of it. The second aspect of it is digital and technology and creativity are synonymous today for transformational journey in every industry vertical. Every boardroom today has got a top 2 or a top 3 agenda to drive digital transformation, and needless to say, these technologies, what Adobe has been bringing, similar organizations have been bringing, are transforming the way in which how engagements are done with customers, with partners, with employees, with prospective customers. New ideas being generated, experimented, showcased to the outside world, to investors, potential venture capitalists. All of these things form the basis of it, right? And there are different means by which these technologies are empowering, reaching millions and millions of potential candidates, from hiring standpoint to reaching out to customers, to reaching out to partners, and the way in which you are able to derive many of these things. So in a nutshell, there is enough and more opportunities that are there for academic institutions to partner with players like Adobe and many others to deliver impact on the skilling side. And similarly on the entrepreneurial side, given the amount of digital divide that is there in various parts of the subcontinent, and needless to say, you might have all read about reports on how India is becoming self-sustained and also recognized by many of the international agencies. And it's time, it's our time. We need to leave it, and we need to make the best of it at this moment. With that, what I'd like to leave as a message is, let's think 2 levels up, work 1 level down, and the key message is execute, execute, and execute to make the larger cross-section of the student population who are both part of the formal and the informal system have access to them, give more opportunities. Let us ensure that they are equipped with the best of the skilling, technology access, and also they can showcase these talent to the outside world. And let's make them more successful so that India will shine much brighter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaraju. And absolutely right that with respect to the offline, online, everything will be ultimately tested about with the outcome. What sort of outcome is going to be there, and based on that we have to find it out. But always we have to keep in our mind that we have to, if certain processes are going to be successful, we have to try to attempt that how it could be accessible to everybody. So in that way we have to move on. So right now we have our last speaker with us, Mr. Subroto Roy, now who is the director of Tutopia. The reason I kept him at the end is when Mr. Roy started this Tutopia, in the inauguration program, I was there, and I know at that time the planning of him for the infiltration to the masses throughout the state, what he planned in the and also in mother language, in Bengali language. So all these things actually is a question to me. But in the last 3 years, I found that in almost every corner of our state, Tutopia reached. So that's a success story. Thank you, Mr. Roy.
সবার আগে আমি ক্ষমা প্রার্থী সবার কাছে, আমি ইংরেজিটা আমার অত্যন্ত দুর্বল, আমি বাংলায় কথা বলবো। কতটা দুর্বল বোঝাতে গেলে একটা ছোট্ট ঘটনা দিয়ে শুরু করতে পারি। কিছুদিন আগেই বেঙ্গল গ্লোবাল বিজনেস সামিটে আমাকে অ্যাজ এ স্পিকার ডেকেছিলেন। ওখানে শ্রী আলাপন বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় আমাকে ক্রিয়েটিভ ইকোনমির ওপরে কিছু কথা বলতে বলেছিলেন। তো আমি বলেছিলাম ঠিক আছে স্যার, আমি বলবো। কারণ আমার পরিচয়, আমার আরেকটা পরিচয়, আমি হাইটেক অ্যানিমেশন বলে একটা অর্গানাইজেশন চালাই, যেখানে আমরা নিকলোডিয়ান, কার্টুন নেটওয়ার্ক, পোগো এইসব চ্যানেলের জন্য, বাচ্চাদের জন্য অ্যানিমেশন করি। আর আপনাদের বড়দের জন্যও কিছুটা করি, ওই এবিপি আনন্দে যে অ্যানিমেশনগুলো দেখেন সেগুলো করি। তা ক্রিয়েটিভ ইকোনমির ওপরে আমি কথা বলবো, ঠিক আছে, কিন্তু স্যারকে বললাম স্যার আমি বাংলায় বলবো, আমার ইংরেজি দুর্বল। বললো না, ওখানে অনেক ফরেন ডেলিগেটস থাকবে, না তোমাকে ইংরেজিতেই বলতে হবে। বিশ্বাস করুন, ওই 10 মিনিট আমাকে ইংরেজিতে বলার জন্য আমাকে আগের দিন অফিস ছুটি নিয়ে 14 ঘন্টা রিহার্সাল করতে হয়েছিল। তা প্রত্যেকবার এইভাবে আমাকে ডেকে নিয়ে আসা হবে আর আগের দিন আমাকে 14 ঘন্টা রিহার্সাল করতে হবে, এটা পসিবল না। মানে সেই জন্য আজকে আমি ক্ষমা চেয়ে নিচ্ছি এবং বাংলাতেই বলছি। দেখুন, আমি শুরু করব। আমি সবার আগে বলি, আমি তো এডুকেশনিস্ট নই, এডুকেশনের ব্যাপারটা খুব ভালো করে বলতে পারবো না ওনারা যেভাবে বললেন। আমি কতগুলো মনস্তাত্ত্বিক দিক নিয়ে আলোচনা করতে পারি। সেটা হলো, স্যার বললেন, উনিও বললেন যে এই 2 বছরে কোভিডের সময় ছেলে মেয়েদের পড়াশোনা ভীষণভাবে ডেটোরিয়েট করেছে অনলাইন এডুকেশনের জন্য। আমার মনে হচ্ছে ইন্টারপ্রিটেশনে কোথাও একটু ভুল হচ্ছে। তার কারণ অনলাইনের জন্য ডিটেরিয়েট করেনি, পড়াশোনা বিষয়টাই কেউ ভালোবাসে না। সেই জন্য এই যে ফাঁকটা পেয়েছে, সেই ফাঁকটা কাজে লাগানোর জন্য ছেলেমেয়েরা ফাঁকি মেরেছে, সেই জন্য ডিটেরিয়েট করেছে। পড়াশোনা যেভাবে উপস্থাপন করা হয়েছে, এটা আমার মনস্তাত্ত্বিক বিশ্লেষণ। আমি ছোটবেলা থেকে পড়াশোনাকে কোনোদিন ভালোবাসতে পারিনি, আমার অত্যন্ত খারাপ লাগতো। তাই এবং আমি অনেককে জিজ্ঞেস করে দেখেছি পড়াশোনা তোমার কেমন লাগে, আমি প্রত্যেকের থেকেই উত্তর পেয়েছি যে অতীব জঘন্য, এর থেকে খারাপ কিছু লাগে না। তাই এরকম একটা খারাপ কাজ দিনের পর দিন করা অত্যন্ত যন্ত্রণাদায়ক একটা বিষয় বাচ্চা বাচ্চা ছেলেমেয়েদের কাছে। আপনারা বলতে পারেন যে আমরা তো করেছি, আপনারা ভালো ছিলেন, করেছেন, কিন্তু তার পাশাপাশি আপনাদের সময় বিনোদনের কি ছিল দাদা? আপনাদের সময় বিনোদনের ছিল ওই বৃহস্পতিবার চিত্রমালা, বুধবার চিত্রহার, আর শনিবার একটা বাংলা সিনেমা, রোববার একটা হিন্দি সিনেমা, আর রবিবার সকালবেলা রামায়ণ অথবা মহাভারত। এখন টিভি খুললে হাজার হাজার চ্যানেল, ইন্টারনেট খুললে হাজার হাজার ভিডিও, গেমস। আমি বলছি পড়াশোনার মতো বোরিং জিনিস করার মতো চ্যালেঞ্জ আর কিছু হতে পারে না, এবং সেই চ্যালেঞ্জের মুখোমুখি এখন এই ছেলেমেয়েরা, এখনকার দিনের ছেলেমেয়েরা। আমার মনে হয় আমি যদি এই যুগে পড়াশোনা করতাম, কোনো রকমে যে পাশ করেছি সেটাও করতে পারতাম না। তা যাই হোক, আমার মনে হয় যে পড়াশোনাকে নতুনভাবে উপস্থাপন করার সময় এসছে। কোভিড আমাদের শিখিয়ে দিয়েছে যে পড়াশোনাকে যদি নিউ জেনারেশনের মতো করে উপস্থাপন করা যায়, তাহলে হয়তো বা তাদের কাছে গ্রহণযোগ্য হবে, ভালোবেসে পড়াশোনাটা করবে। এবং আমার মনে হয় মুক্তির রাস্তা কিন্তু ওটাই, পার্মানেন্ট মুক্তির রাস্তা। ঘাড়ে ধরে পড়ালে কতটুকুই বা হতে পারে? এই আমার মতো অবস্থা হবে, পড়াশোনা ছেড়ে অ্যানিমেশন করবে। তা আজকে আমি একটু আগে খেয়াল করছিলাম কতজন মন দিয়ে শুনছে আর কতজন মোবাইল নিয়ে খেলা করছে। তা আপনারা যদি এই আলোচনা সহ্য করতে না পেরে মোবাইল নিয়ে খেলা শুরু করে দেন, তো বাচ্চারা ভাবুন যেটা ভালো না লাগছে না, 2 বছর ধরে ওদের ভালো লাগেনি, স্যাররা অনলাইনে পড়িয়ে গেছেন, ওরা মোবাইলে খেলছে, এটাই তো হওয়ার কথা ছিল। তা আমার মনে হয় অনলাইন এডুকেশন বা এডটেক ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে দুটো জিনিস আছে, একটা হচ্ছে লাইভ ক্লাস আর একটা হচ্ছে ভিডিও অন ডিমান্ড। লাইভটা লাইভেই ভালো। যেমন দেখুন, আমরা এই যে যারা স্পিকাররা আছি, আমরা অনেক বেশি কানেক্টেড আপনাদের সাথে, যারা অনলাইনে বলছেন তারা বোধহয় অতটা কানেক্টেড না। তা লাইভটা বোধহয় লাইভেই ভালো। আর ভিডিও অন ডিমান্ড যেটা আছে সেটা কিন্তু আমি সবসময় বলবো অফলাইন যে টিচিং তার থেকে অনেকটা বেশি উন্নত এডুকেশন ব্যবস্থা। তার কারণ একজন টিচার আমার মনে হয় না শতকরা 10% টিচারও প্রিপারেশন নিয়ে আসেন ক্লাসের জন্য। সেখানে একটা কন্টেন্ট যখন তৈরি হয়, এত রিসার্চ করে কন্টেন্ট তৈরি করা হয় একটা ভিডিও, এবং সেখানে অ্যানিমেশনের ব্যবহার, ভিডিওর ব্যবহার, ইমেজ ব্যবহার করা হয়, মিউজিক ট্রিটমেন্ট দেওয়া হয়, এবং এমনভাবে সিনেমার মতো করে নিউ জেনারেশনের মতো করে উপস্থাপন করা হয়, তাদের কাছে ভীষণ ইন্টারেস্টিং লাগবে। আপনি নিজেই ভেবে দেখুন আপনার কতটা পরিবর্তন হয়েছে। আপনি সকালবেলা আনন্দবাজার পত্রিকাটা যতক্ষণ পড়তেন, এখন কতক্ষণ পড়েন? বোধহয় এবিপি আনন্দটা বেশি দেখেন। তাহলে তার কারণ অডিও ভিজুয়াল মাধ্যম অনেক বেশি গ্রহণযোগ্য। তা সেই জায়গা থেকে এই মাধ্যমটাকে যদি ঠিকভাবে কাজে লাগানো যায়, তাহলে কিন্তু এর একটা বড় সাফল্য আমার মনে হয় আমরা স্টুডেন্টদের কাছে পৌঁছে দিতে পারবো। একটা জিনিস ভালো করে খেয়াল করুন, আমরা যারা খারাপ ছিলাম পড়াশোনায়, কেন খারাপ ছিলাম আমি বলছি, কেন খারাপ ছিলাম। আমাদের মনে থাকতো না, আগের দিন টিচার যেটা পড়িয়ে দিতেন পরের দিন আবার যেখানে শেষ করেছিলেন সেখান থেকেই শুরু করতেন। আমাদের আগের দিনের পুরো পড়াটা মনে থাকতো না বলে পরের দিন যখন ওখান থেকে শুরু করছেন ওই যোগসূত্রটা ছিন্ন হয়ে যেত। এবং এইভাবে যখন ক্রমশ এগোতে থাকতো আমরা ক্রমশ পিছাতে থাকতাম, কারণ আমরা মনে রাখতে পারতাম না সবকিছু, এবং ক্রমশ সাবজেক্টটা আমাদের কাছে কঠিন হয়ে যেত। কিন্তু এই অনলাইন ভিডিওতে খুব সহজেই আগের দিনে যে ক্লাসটা আমি কিন্তু দেখে নিতে পারি, যে কি যেন ছিল, আচ্ছা দেখে নিলে সঙ্গে সঙ্গে মনে পড়ে যাবে। তাহলে এটা একটা ভীষণ সহযোগী ব্যবস্থা হিসেবে আমরা বলতে পারি। আর যদি না ভুলি তাহলে কিন্তু পরের দিনের পড়াটা আমার বুঝতে অসুবিধা হবে না। আরেকটা কথা যেটা না বললেই নয়, এটা কিন্তু কোনো প্রতিযোগী ব্যবস্থাই না, অনলাইন আর অফলাইন। আমি আপনাদের একটা ছোট্ট এক্সাম্পল দিয়ে বলতে পারি যে হাওড়া থেকে কলকাতা থেকে হাওড়া যাওয়ার একটাই রাস্তা ছিল হাওড়া ব্রিজ, যেটা টপকে আমরা কলকাতা থেকে হাওড়ায় যেতাম, আর হাওড়ার মানুষও কলকাতায় আসতো। কিছুদিন আগেই আমরা দেখতে পেলাম যে হাওড়ার ব্রিজের থেকে একটু দূরে দ্বিতীয় হুগলি সেতু তৈরি হলো। আমরা কি সেটা নিয়ে তর্ক বিতর্ক করলাম বা আমাদের খারাপ লাগলো? আমরা প্রত্যেকেই খুশি হলাম, মানে হাওড়ার লোকও খুশি হলো, কলকাতার মানুষও খুশি হলো। কেন? দুটো সমান্তরাল ব্যবস্থা যাতায়াত ব্যবস্থাকে আরো উন্নত করলো। ঠিক যেন অফলাইন শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থার পাশাপাশি অনলাইন শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা, আমরা যদি এই দুটো মোডকে সুন্দরভাবে ব্যবহার করতে পারি সমান্তরালভাবে, তাহলে ছেলে মেয়েদের উপকার হতে বাধ্য। অন্তত আমাদের মতো যারা পড়াশোনা, অধিকাংশ ছেলে মেয়ে যারা পড়াশোনা করতে ভালোবাসে না, তাদের জন্য কিন্তু আমার মনে হয় এটা ভীষণ এফেক্টিভ একটা মাধ্যম হতে পারে। আমি কিছুদিন আগে একটা স্কুলে সেমিনার করতে গেছিলাম। আমি গিয়ে স্টুডেন্টদের কাছে জিজ্ঞেস করলাম, আচ্ছা তোমাদের মধ্যে কার কার পড়াশোনা করতে ভালো লাগে আর কার কার ফাঁকি মারতে ভালো লাগে? বিশ্বাস করুন, চোখে পড়ার মতো সততা চোখে পড়েছিল। সবার সামনে টিচার, হেডমিস্ট্রেসের সামনে সবাই বলে উঠলো যে স্যার আমাদের ফাঁকি মারতেই বেশি ভালো লাগে। তা আমি ভাবলাম আমি তো পড়া শেখাতে পারবো না, কারণ আমি এডুকেশনিস্ট নই। আমি ফাঁকি মারাটা অ্যাটলিস্ট শেখাতে পারবো, কারণ ফাঁকি মারাটা আমার আসে। তা আপনাদেরও আমি বলি যে দেখুন কত সহজে পড়া হতে পারে। ফাঁকি মারা মানে অনেকেই ভাবছে হয়তো ফাঁকি মারা আবার কি, সবাই জানে। আমি বলছি ফাঁকি সবাই মারতে পারে না, তার কারণ যে ফাঁকি মেরে নিজেকেই সেই ফাঁকে পড়তে হয় সেটা তো ফাঁকি মারা হলোই না। তা যদি এমন করে ফাঁকি মারা যায়, মানে অল্প সময়ে আমার পড়াশোনাটা হয়ে গেল আর বাকি সময়টা বার করে আমি সব কাজ করতে পারি, মানে খেলাধুলো আনন্দ সবই করতে পারি, যেটা ভীষণ মেধাবী স্টুডেন্টরা করতে পারে না। আমার মনে হয় সারাদিনই পড়াশোনা করে। আপনাকে ছোট্ট একটা এক্সাম্পল দিচ্ছি। একটা 3 ঘন্টার সিনেমা যে দেখেন আপনারা, তার স্ক্রিপ্ট কত পাতার হয় জানেন? তার স্ক্রিপ্ট কমপক্ষে যদি হয় 180 থেকে 200 পাতার স্ক্রিপ্ট হয়। আচ্ছা বলুন, আপনাদের কাউকে যদি বলি 3 ঘন্টার মধ্যে এই স্ক্রিপ্টটা 180 থেকে 200 পাতার স্ক্রিপ্টটা পড়ে আমি যা জিজ্ঞেস করব বলতে হবে, অথবা সেকেন্ড চয়েস আপনি সিনেমাটা দেখে 3 ঘন্টায় আমি যা প্রশ্ন করব আপনাকে বলতে হবে। আপনাদের কোনটা সহজ মনে হবে? আমি শিওর আপনাদের দ্বিতীয়টা সহজ মনে হবে। তার কারণ 3 ঘন্টার মধ্যে বোধহয় 180 থেকে 200 পাতা পড়াই সম্ভব হবে না। তা সেই একই কথা বলতে চাই স্টুডেন্টদের ক্ষেত্রেও, যে আমরা কিন্তু ভিডিও এমন একটা টেকনোলজি যে খুব সুন্দর জেস্টে আমরা অল্প কথায় অনেক বেশি পড়িয়ে দিতে পারবো এই অনলাইন শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থার মাধ্যমে। এতে কি হবে, খুব এফেক্টিভ ওয়েতে রিপ্রেজেন্টেশন হবে এবং ওদের মতো করে, এই জেনারেশন যেটায় অভ্যস্ত তাদের মতো করে, যেটা ওরা পছন্দ করে সেই রকম কিছু মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে আমরা উপস্থাপন করতে পারবো। আচ্ছা পড়াশোনা কি
মিস্টার রয়, আমাদের বোধহয় শেষ করতে হবে।
একটু শেষ হয়ে পড়াশোনা কি? পড়াশোনা কিছুই না, আপনার কতগুলো পর্যবেক্ষণ বা অবজারভেশন, সেগুলোকে কোনো একটা সময় গুরু কি করতেন, শিষ্যদের দান করতেন। কেউ একজন ভেবেছিলেন যে ওটাকে যদি একটা পুঁথির মধ্যে আবদ্ধ করা যায় তাহলে আরো বেশি ছড়িয়ে দেওয়া যেতে পারে। তাহলে সেই পুঁথির মধ্যে আবদ্ধ করে সেটা ছড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, মানে যেটা বই বলি আমরা আজকে। তাহলে এটা একটা নতুন মাধ্যম, অডিও ভিজুয়াল মাধ্যম, সেটা আর কিছুই না, আরো একটা নতুন মাধ্যম, নিউ জেনারেশনের মাধ্যম, যেই মাধ্যমে আমরা কিন্তু একইভাবে এই এডটেক ব্যবস্থার মাধ্যমে ছড়িয়ে দিতে পারি। অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, Mr. Roy. If you can get a chance, please go through that Tutopia, and I'm sure that you can see that what he explained and what is actually in Tutopia, how actually it fits in. I have seen it, the exercises over there also. Thank you. So with this, we are actually ending this panel discussion, and I really want to thank Professor Anupam Basu, Professor Ajay Kumar Roy, Dipuman, Shanial, then Mr. Naidu, Mr. Nagaraju, and definitely Mr. Roy.
Thank you, sir. Again, a small gesture of appreciation from our end. Professor Chattopadhyay, I would request you to kindly hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists, Professor Ajay Kumar Roy, Professor Anupam Basu, Mr. Subrata Roy. Thank you so much. Thank you to our online speakers. We would now break out for the lunch and meet after 40 minutes.
Thank you.
Dr. Devind D.K. Banwat, you have left your phone, mobile phone here. We have got it. It's with Debargho. Kindly connect it from him.
Your comfort zone starts where the questions you ask start making the experts uncomfortable. But then you aren't even here for anything comfortable. Not for a cushy job, not for a 9-to-5, not for a fancy designation. You're not made to settle for anything less than what ignites your spirit. You're not here to write code. You are here to rewrite the future. You're not made to design games. You are here to change the game. You're not here to mark your attendance. You're here to leave your mark on the world. You're not here to be created for jobs, but to have jobs be created for you. You're not here for the purpose of making a living. You are here to make living full of purpose. You're not here to upgrade your skills. You are here to upgrade the life of billions. You're not here for the rat race. You are made for the human race. You are not made for anything small. In fact, you are not made for anything less than creating a dent in the universe. Hero wired. Be made for big things.
The purpose of education is to prepare one for life. We spend 1/4 of our life learning, but can we say that our students are ready for life when their formal education ends? To make young minds of today ready for life and for the future, we must impart in skills that the future demands. Many of the future jobs have not even been imagined today. The world of tomorrow needs people who can solve problems creatively. Creativity in students is nurtured. Studies show that teachers that use technology in transformative ways are 2.5 times more likely to assign projects that foster creativity. Through project-based activities that integrate
any errors coming onto the platform. So the idea of CoWIN has been developed in a much lesser time of about a month old. And Honorable Prime Minister asked us to develop in 3 months' time, and we deployed it. And this is one of the largest platform in the globe where you don't have so many vaccinators available on the platform. And Honorable Prime Minister called this as a jewel of the nation, and he dedicated this platform to all the developing nations to adopt. So we want to build a similar sustainable model of platforms for the education as well. So this is what I'm talking about, the CoWIN. So you can see the multiple applications, the multiple 1.8 billion vaccinations, never heard about market. And let me start talking about the Trigen overview as a company. So Trigen is, as I told you, it's a 35-year-old Indian company, but spread across their wings across the globe. We present in about 25 countries covering about 4 continents. And we are a CMM level 5 matured company. And as you know, this is the highest level given to any IT company. And we maintain all the quality certifications in terms of ISOs. And it's a listed company in the NSE and BSE. And these are all footprints across the globe. So let me cover the solutions and services provided by the Trigen as a whole. So as you can see, the digital learning solutions is the topmost priority for us, and we have our own in-house solutions as well as we do customize the solution and do an integrations support as well. On the healthcare, as I told you, we have done the CoWIN application and expanding our wings onto the healthcare network for the entire state level as well as the national level. And the smart city and IoT solutions is another interesting area where Trigen has done good projects in that, and command control centers as well. So on the services space, I'll not take much time because I know the time is constrained. So on the consulting and managed services and practices and development support, these are the services which we do it. And as you can see multiple clients internationally. So starting from the government to private as well as intergovernmental. So we serve the intergovernmental organizations, especially under the UN umbrella. So we work with the United Nations missions in about more than 15 countries now. And you can see these are some of the selected education clientele. I think something to name about is the Banaras Hindu University as well as All Indian Council of Technical Education, where we are developing a one nation, one data. This is again a prestigious nationwide program launched by AICTE. And we are part of their vision, and we have been developing the application for all higher education institutes. Some of the grants, as I told you, Banaras Hindu University, we have converted the classrooms to smart classrooms in Banaras University. And Andhra Pradesh, we executed a very, I can say it's a very unique project to start with 3 years back called Virtual Classroom. Then we have also done deployed our platform in Banastali University in Rajasthan. And it's not now where we are developing platforms for education specially. We are more than 12 plus years associated with United Nations organizations and developed multiple platforms for them. And in US, we're one of the largest education provider. We are hosting them, and then our platform is hosting, and millions of people are under our platform. And I just taken one slide about one of the project. Why I taken this slide is because this is something unique, where we have converted 4,000 Jilla Parishad high schools in Andhra Pradesh, the remotest locations, and connected them with the virtual classrooms. And what is the uniqueness of the virtual classrooms? Yes, we have built about 14 studios, district level, and also a center studio. And we connected all the schools at a time, and you can deliver any new courses with minimal number of teachers. You don't require so many teachers to deploy the programs, and equality of the education will come onto the play here. So that's how it's been so special. And it's been implemented, and now it's been followed by many of the states implementing this project. Let me talk about our own platform and what is our offerings in the digital education. So integrated digital school university platform is the first one to offer. The second one is the educators learning platform, and the third one is the digital services. These are the 3 areas where Trigen is good at and been doing it in the market. So let me cover a glimpse about Ditya platform. So we named this platform as Ditya platform. So Ditya is the brand name of the integrated platform. And it's a one-stop solution. We truly believe that we can convert any education institute, including a school or university. We can digitize them in 3 to 6 months with all the customizations needed. Okay, and that's the confidence we have it, and we have done it in Rajasthan for Banastali, and we are geared to do it for a couple of universities more. That's the soundness of the platform. It has been well built, And we have a different product team who is working on the customization built of it. So we are, so when it gives a lot of insights to the students, teachers, as well as the administrators. I'll cover more about the platform in the next session, but I think this is a short time to cover it. And we built this platform on 6 pillars. So especially 6 foundations, I can say. So first is to engage the students and evolve on the new technologies and automate and interoperable with the existing systems available in the universities, because I know that it is how crucial to integrate with the existing systems in the universities or the schools, and create your own intellectual properties and also custody that, okay, and nurture. So this is another concept like assurance of learning. This is what we named it as, and that's how we have been doing on this nurturing part and insights. And we have a lot of data analytics done on the data what we've been collecting every day, and we're giving a decision making support system for the management to take a right and quick decisions to enable them to grow. This is how the platform is built for. And to give a crux of Ditya, so we are just covering the 2 pillars of the education side on the learning and the administration. And we cover all the 3 scenarios, having a self-learning and help learning and manage learning. All 3 are covered in the platform. And all the key stakeholders, including the students, parents, teachers, administrators, and regulators, all will get an access, and all will have a decision support system and as an interoperable system. And let me talk about the next platform is Educators Learning Platform. So Educators Learning Platform is nothing but a teachers training program. So I know everybody's talking about having taking the education to the students level and getting them impact analysis of student. But we strongly believe that getting the students attracted to the new way of admission, new way of teaching, we need to get the teachers to get trained and upgrade onto the new methods of teaching. So we launched this program called Teach Pro Plus. So this is again unique way because no one has focused onto these teachers upgradations, and this is a platform which will help the teacher to get trained and also upgrade their skills and also upskill the teacher. And we also doing a certification program for the teachers, which will enable the universities to choose the right teachers who has got certified, okay, and got the skills upgraded. And this is the seamless platform. You can see the teacher can just go inside, go get login, and get herself enrolled onto the program and get herself certified. So let me talk about the digital services arena. So this is some of the crucial part which we are doing with government side. So one is custom content development. I know there is a lot of companies who are offering K-12 content in the market, but I don't see many companies who normally talks about content for +1, +2. This is what I don't see in many of in the market. That too with the animated and 3D models and 2D models, I never see such kind of content, at least from our stand of view. So what we thought, let us address this issue and let us get into the content side. So we developed some content. I'll just show the next slides. So on the smart classroom solution, as I told you, APSFL is one of the Andhra Pradesh State Fiber is one of the role model for many of the states like virtual classroom. Apart from that, we are also deploying now ICT labs for Odisha for about 200 classrooms. And also we are doing something in the Jharkhand for smart education. So we are just growing along with the government to enable them to have the smart education. And the new concept is a classroom in a tab. I know it's not a new concept because this has been pretty old now because of the pandemic. Everybody started using the tabs. So, but the problem with the tab, what we observed and what we identified is there is no control of the student, what he sees in the tab, whether he's really understanding what has been taught in the tab. That's how we come up with the concept, physically understanding what is that, remotely understanding what is that student is really watching, and how can we restrict him to only learn on this part and educate him on how the other things other than the education, right? So there are other skills factors, how we can enhance the skill factors. Then the managed services. We do take care of any managed services projects. So as I told you, this content integration, I'll cover in 2 slides so that, yeah, digital learning and virtual lab solution. This is something which we created for +1 and +2. Especially it's AI and AR based solutions, catering to BE, BTech, polytechnics, and ITI and skill development programs. So the content is available for all these 4 areas. And I'm sure that we will be one of the first to have the content for all of these parts. And you can see the snapshot of content. There, like how the content has been delivered. Like we start from the fundamental law. I mean, the working principles. We develop the content on the laws and the derivations and how to solve the problem. And all the snapshots you're doing, all of the animated videos in the 3D animated videos. And this is how the content is made in concurrence with the university, with the government organizations, or with the private organizations. So we understand the syllabus, and we conceptualize the 3D designs, and we make the 3D videos and get it approved by the committee. Then we roll it out to the students. That's how we done the custom developments of the content. And then another interesting fact is the virtual lab. So this is something really I feel is really a good one, because we are actually stimulating the facts, like any physical labs where you need to get trained or where you need to do your practicals. It can be simulated on a virtual lab, and the screen you're seeing there with the red lines and all is given to the students to connect. I'm just giving an example of that. So they're asked to connect the right way of getting the things done. So, and they have the mock test, mock things done, and where they've done the fault, how to resolve it. Everything is stimulated virtually, and you don't require any physical devices to do this. And the last slide I would like to cover, again, this is on the virtual lab. So this is how the distance is measured, and so the degrees, angles, I mean, most of the things like has been done on simulation way, on the 3D simulation way. There are some of the snapshots of the content being developed and how the virtual lab has been utilizing that space. And it is so easy for anybody to use it. Even the layman can use it. And the student has to have knowledge to use it. It's not that layman can use it, but student has to have knowledge, and they should understand how to use that particular subject. Yeah, this is again the augmented reality concepts being developed for the virtual lab. And using the AR, we have been deploying that. And thanks for the time. So I know I was cut-shorting the presentation because of the time. So thanks for the time, and thanks for giving us the opportunity. Jai Hind.
This presentation session was conceptualized to interact with each other, the providers with the service takers. In case you have any particular question, you may ask, though the opportunity, I would request it if anyone has any question for Trigene. Is there any question? Okay, so we will proceed with the next presentation. You can also connect with them directly. They are seated over here. Ms. Janaki Venkatramani, proprietor and founder, MyCoolQcom.
A very good afternoon to an August audience in the month of August. And I have been assigned the task of actually getting all the eyeballs on my presentation and by waking up all of you from a sumptuous lunch that we've had. So my apologies for breaking siestas. I'm Janki Venkatramani, and mycoolq.com came out of all the little interactions that I've had with school heads while I was in the educational space since 2005. So the idea was to ensure that children communicate better, be it in words, be in writing, or in verbal. So while interacting with teachers, principals on an informal basis, one feedback that came in was that the basics of English, the classical English grammar as we call it, have got probably compromised for more of communicative English. So mycoolq.com or Spellathon Olympiads was an attempt to bridge the gap between what was English grammar, vocabulary, and things that we learned as kids and what the present day generation of kids are learning. So Spellathon, the company, is headquartered in Kolkata with a brand name and website as mycoolq.com. We are members of the prestigious Indian Chamber of Commerce, and my big thank you to Pooja for giving us this platform and opportunity to reach out to so many illustrious educationists. A premier organization offering English vocabulary competitions conforming to global standards since 2012, targeting school children from KG to class 12. We offer a wholesome package of learning the basics of English, spelling, grammar, comprehension, vocabulary. And not only for English medium schools. এখানে হয়তো কয়েকজন বাংলা medium schools থেকেও আছেন. Pardon my Bengali, I'm not a Bengali by birth, but I still would try. The idea বাচ্চাদের communication skills বা ইংলিশে যে লেখার যে ক্যাপাবিলিটিটাকে একটু বাড়ানো আর ওদের ইংলিশ প্রতি একটা ভালোবাসা জাগ্রত করার জন্য স্পেলাথন আজকে এখানে আছে। সো এই কম্পিটিশন মাধ্যমে আমরা বাচ্চাদেরকে রিডিং, the importance of reading, especially for today's generation who are not too kind of, keen to read with, the kind of books that we read in our childhood, to take them back to some good old golden moments. So the current portfolio of comprises of about 76 schools from all over Kolkata and West Bengal, and a few from other states like Kerala, Rajasthan, Assam, etc. And we are now going pan-India. We have a portfolio of over 30,000 students from West Bengal alone who take this year after year. So to just give you a background, I am the founder. Having a corporate background after my MBA, starting with Citibank, Lintas, then I moved on to education space in 2005 as a master franchisee of the top brand of Abacus in West Bengal, which was SIP Abacus. And I moved on to focus on my own brand of Spellathon in 2019, October. And that 15 years association with schools through the Abacus industry gave me some wonderful friendship with principals and also kind of inspiration to explore the English part of the domain, which has always been dear to me as a student of English. So Spellathon thus came into being in December 2012, and we have the pleasure of Mrs. Anjana Malik's expertise with us. She's been the principal of Vidya Bharati for over 3 decades and now post-retirement associated with us as our chief academic advisor. And we have Sahil and Sukanya as my team members who create a lot of contents and also do a lot of coordination work. Our vision is to empower and enhance the lives of non-native English learners by creating content and competition based on English vocabulary. So we want to ignite that basic latent imagination. So Spellathon does not have anything to do with mugging up. Unlike any traditional, spell bees, which give you a booklet to prepare some list of 400 words to mug up, the children actually put it on paper without knowing how to use the words. For Spellathon, the spellathon is a little bit of a misnomer, I would say, but it starts with the spelling and carries on. That's the marathon of learning English. So spellathon. So that's where, we encourage them to explore the English language with more creativity. So linguistic competence and coming of generations, into a competitive global market through better communication, increasing employability of the children of today as they grow up and face the competitive challenges of the global world tomorrow. The problem is, as we say, rest in peace, Renan Martin, right? This is the visual. In our days, the Red Book was our Bible when it came to the English language. Today, it's hardly visible. That's the reason, all this, short-term shortcuts to communication have come in, which is good, as probably it will also be integrated, because English is a very dynamic language. English khub change hote thake. Ajker jeta lingo boli, ota kalke hoyto dictionary word hoye jabe. So till then, let us hold on to the good old days of classical English. So here I want to emphasize on the fact that vocabulary in communication, the importance of it is to help communicate, navigate the social environment. You may be a doctor, but you need to write your prescription in English as much, right? You may be an engineer, but you need to write your emails with the right communication etiquettes. So whichever domain that you choose to specialize in, the method of working and collaborating in a team is through English language across the world, to a great extent. And the third one is to read effectively. So here we are arousing that, childlike curiosity in children to explore the language and, enrich their communication and vocabulary. So here, just a little break for you all. I'll tell you that, Calcutta being such a humid place, it's not easy to kind of, be spick and span. So when it comes to the sweating part of it, when, we say horses sweat, men perspire, and women glow and sparkle. So hats off, ladies, you all sparkle out here. So this is the power of communication. What you want to say as just perspiration becomes an inspiration with words. So here now, I'm glad to tell you that Spellathon Olympiads, mycoolq.com, got integrated into the IIM Bangalore kind of scheme of things as our mentors, because in December 2020, I became a Goldman Sachs Scholar of IIM Bangalore as an entrepreneur. And today, I'm kind of happy and privileged to announce that Spellathon is under the mentorship of IIM Bangalore. When it comes to the content, when it comes to the reach, I think this is a huge value addition to our brand. And we are actually getting enriched with a lot of inputs on an ongoing basis from IIM. And in the school domain, IIM has not really kind of lent its mentorship to many brands. And I think we are quite unique in this. As far as the methodology is concerned, it's a competition in 3 rounds, 2 compulsory rounds, and the average of the 2 is considered for considering the child for qualification for the grand finale round. So it is priced affordable as far as medium range to the good schools are concerned. 250 inclusive of GST for round 1, 350 for round 2, and 450 for round 3. And the winners are encouraged, motivated, and recognized for their performance with participation certificates with the IIM brand name, as well as merit certificates, trophies, medals, cash awards. They have a lot of things to keep them inspired and motivated. So these are the kind of certificates that children get, and some school testimonials. But the real testimony to our work is the fact that year after year, children, and we add a lot of schools to our portfolio. And here among this August audience, I do have a lot of principals who have experienced firsthand the best of Spellathon. As far as technology, we were talking about technologies, there were challenges during the COVID time. We were a completely pen and paper model company where we used to go and conduct this as a 1-hour competition at schools and then come back. The pandemic made us more tech savvy, and we created a parallel kind of platform in which we were able to deliver the competition online right from the registration to the certification process. But today, seeing that the children are back in physical schools, the school heads are of the opinion that this 2 years of uncertainty has kind of, deprived the student of the ability to write, effectively. So they have requested me to conduct the offline pen and paper model. And that's how we have done exceptionally well in the last couple of months now in the scenario of the schools reopening and coming back to a semblance of normalcy. So here we are, Spellathon Olympiads. A big thank you for all of you for giving me this patient hearing, and wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And we think it's always a very welcoming fact, this back to school thing. We would now like to request for the last presentation from Tutopia.
Hello, everyone. So before starting the presentation, just I will quickly sum up what Tutopia is all about. So in the EdTech space, there are many companies, unicorns like Byju's, and many other companies are running. They are only focusing on CBSE and ICSE. So our specialty is we are focusing on Bengali medium students in West Bengal. So our tagline is Bangla Shikhar Adhunik App Tutopia. So basically we cover class 7 to class 12, and we have 1 million download till date, and with a satisfied customer rating of 4.8 in the App Store. So we will quickly demonstrate what Tutopia is all about.
কি আছে? সারা দুনিয়া যেভাবে পড়ে তোমরা পড়বে সেভাবে। বইয়ের পাতা ছাড়িয়ে সিলেবাস এখন হাতের মুঠোয়। নেই পড়তে বসার কোনো বাঁধা ধরা সময়, নেই কারো চোখ রাঙানি। এখন পড়া হবে মজায় ভরা। কিভাবে? তোমাদের সঙ্গে আছে টিউটোপিয়ার লার্নিং অ্যাপ। প্রথমে গুগল প্লে স্টোর বা অ্যাপল স্টোর থেকে ডাউনলোড করে নাও। তারপর নিজের নাম, ফোন নাম্বার, ক্লাস ইত্যাদি লিখে রেজিস্টার করে সাবস্ক্রাইব করলেই পুরো সিলেবাস এক ক্লিক দূরত্বে। বাংলা, ইংরেজি, ইতিহাস, ভূগোল, অঙ্ক, জীবনবিজ্ঞান, ভৌতবিজ্ঞান যে কোনো সাবজেক্ট খুললেই তোমরা দেখতে পাবে সাজানো রয়েছে প্রত্যেকটা অধ্যায়। তার মধ্যে বিভিন্ন টপিকে বিভিন্ন বিষয়কে গল্পের মতো করে তোমাদের জন্য আলোচনা করেছেন টিউটোপিয়ার অভিজ্ঞ শিক্ষকরা। তোমরা এখন ইচ্ছা মতন পড়তে বসতে পারো। ভিডিও দেখা শেষ হলে তোমাদের কাছে ভেসে উঠবে কমেন্ট বক্স। কিছু জানার থাকলে সরাসরি মেসেজ করতে পারো সেখানে। তোমাদের প্রশ্নের উত্তর দেবার জন্য সারা দিন প্রস্তুত আমাদের শিক্ষকরা। সেই উত্তরগুলো দেখা যাবে মেনুর মধ্যে থাকা Q&A সেশনে। সেখানে দেখবে দুটো অপশন রয়েছে, প্রাইভেট আর পাবলিক। তোমার প্রশ্নের উত্তর তুমি পেয়ে যাবে প্রাইভেট অংশে, আর বাকিরা যা প্রশ্ন করছে তার উত্তর থাকবে পাবলিক অংশে। চাইলে তোমরা সেখান থেকেও শিখতে পারো। কি ভাবছো? পড়া তো বুঝলে, কিন্তু নোটস পাবে কিভাবে? কোনো অধ্যায় খোলার পর মোবাইলের নিচে একদম ডান দিকে দেখবে আছে নোটসের বাটন। তাতে ক্লিক করে ডাউনলোড করে নিতে পারো নোটস। তারপর মেনুতে গিয়ে ডাউনলোড সেকশন দেখলেই পেয়ে যাবে সেই অধ্যায়ের সমস্ত নোটস। তোমরা যাতে পরীক্ষায় ভালো ফল করতে পারো সেদিকে লক্ষ্য রেখেই বিশেষজ্ঞ শিক্ষকরা তৈরি করেছেন এই নোটস। এখানেই শেষ নয়, তোমরা চাইলে ঝালিয়েও নিতে পারো পড়াগুলোকে। তার জন্য রয়েছে প্র্যাকটিস সেশন, যেখানে থাকছে অনেক এমসিকিউ। তোমরা দুবার ভুল উত্তর দিলেই অ্যাপ বলে দেবে সঠিক উত্তরটা। আর প্র্যাকটিস করার পর কনফিডেন্স আরো একটু বাড়াতে হলে মাঝে মধ্যে দিতে পারো 10 নম্বরের টেস্টগুলো। তবে হ্যাঁ, সব ভিডিও আর নোটস পেতে হলে কিন্তু অবশ্যই সাবস্ক্রাইব করতে হবে। সাবস্ক্রিপশন অপশনটা যখন তোমাকে দেখাবে তখন ক্লাস সিলেক্ট করে কোনো রেফারেল কোড থাকলে সেটা দিয়ে অর্ডার প্লেস করলেই তোমার অ্যাপটা সাবস্ক্রাইব হয়ে যাবে। যেমন 2021-এর মাধ্যমিক পরীক্ষার্থীরা মাধ্যমিক 2021 ক্লাসটি সিলেক্ট করে রেফারেল কোড হিসাবে স্মল লেটারে এবিপি আনন্দ লিখলেই ফ্রিতে পুরো কোর্স অ্যাক্সেস করতে পারবে। এখন তবে সারাদিন ফোন নিয়ে বসে থাকার জন্য বাবা মায়ের বকুনি শুনতে হবে না, কি বল? আর যদি তাঁরা বকেন, দেখিয়ে দেবে তোমার স্টাডি গ্রাফ, কোন দিন কতক্ষণ তুমি টিউটোরিয়ালে পড়াশোনা করেছো তার দিন, সপ্তাহ, মাস হিসাবে দেখা যাবে আমাদের অ্যাপে। আর যদি অ্যাপ নিয়ে কখনো তোমাদের কোনো সমস্যা হয় তাহলে মেনুতে গিয়ে আমাদের জানাতে পারো রিপোর্ট অ্যান্ড ইস্যু সেকশনে, অথবা সরাসরি যোগাযোগ করতে পারো 9903985050 এই নম্বরে। আর নজর রেখো নোটিফিকেশন সেকশনেও, যাতে আমরা তোমাদের জন্য নতুন কিছু আনলে, তোমাদের কিছু জানাতে চাইলে তোমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেটা জেনে যেতে পারো। তবে আর দেরি কেন, এখনই ডাউনলোড করে সাবস্ক্রাইব করে নাও। আর হ্যাঁ, ভালো লাগলে 5 স্টার রেটিং দিতে ভুলো না কিন্তু।
দুনিয়া যেভাবে পড়ে আজ বাংলার ঘরে ঘরে। আজই ডাউনলোড করো টিউটোপিয়া, বাংলায় শিক্ষার আধুনিক অ্যাপ।
টিউটোপিয়াতে কি কি আছে?
Now we will demonstrate the content summary. So what are the content we have in the app?
বাংলা সাহিত্যে এটা অন্যতম সেরা একটা গল্প, তেলেনাপোতা আবিষ্কারের গল্প।
আমাদের আজকের পর্ব কিন্তু শেক্সপিরিয়ান কমেডি নিয়ে। প্রকৃতি যেন নিজের রূপে, রসে, মায়ায় পরিপূর্ণভাবে অবতীর্ণ আডেনের জঙ্গলে।
সেক থিটা হলো কস থিটার অনন্য, অতএব সেক থিটা সমান অতিভুজ বাই ভূমি। কোসাইন আসলে সাইনের কমপ্লিমেন্টারি অ্যাঙ্গেল।
টিউটোপিয়ার ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসের আসরে নতুন বিষয় রসায়ন নিয়ে। চলে এসেছি আরো একবার তোমাদের সামনে ক্যালোরিমিটার অধ্যায়ের নতুন আরো একটি ভিডিও নিয়ে। বালি এবং জলের ক্ষেত্রে ধ্রুবক এস এর মান আলাদা হবে। আরো একটা উদাহরণের সাহায্যে ব্যাপারটা গাণিতিকভাবে বুঝে নেওয়া যায়।
তাদের প্রকৃত সৃষ্টির রহস্য রয়ে গেল আজও অতল অন্ধকারে। তারা থেকে গেল জীব ও জড়ের মধ্যবর্তী এক বস্তু হিসেবে। হ্যাঁ, এরাই হলো ভাইরাস।
মানব সভ্যতার ভালোর জন্য ভবিষ্যতের সম্ভাবনাগুলোর কথাই আলোচনা করে দর্শন। পৃথিবীর বুক জুড়ে শুধু একটাই পদশব্দ, মানুষের।
রাষ্ট্র, যা শুধুমাত্র পৃথিবীর বুকের ওপর কাল্পনিক রেখায় আঁকা একটা মানচিত্র নয়। আজকের এই রাষ্ট্র গড়ে উঠল কিভাবে, কিভাবে রূপ পেল আজকের রাজনীতি।
আজ আমাদের
আলোচ্য বিষয় হলো অরণ্য সৃষ্টির ওপর প্রাকৃতিক পরিবেশের প্রভাব। প্রত্যেক কটা বাউন্ডারি উচ্চতা, অক্ষাংশ ও ঋতু অনুযায়ী চেঞ্জ হয়। ভূমির উচ্চতার কি প্রভাব রয়েছে সেটা জানতে হলে আমাদের জানতে হবে ট্রি লাইন সম্পর্কে।
ইতিহাস আমাদের জানতেই হবে, আর এই পর্বে আমরা জানবো ইতিহাসের যুগ বিভাজন সম্পর্কে। ইতিহাসে মাঝে মাঝে এমন কিছু ঘটনা ঘটে যার ফলে আগের সময় থেকে পরের সময়টা সম্পূর্ণ পাল্টে যায়।
Just to answer the representative from Trigen, so we are also creating content for class +1 and +2 in 3Ds. So we will give you some samples of 3D content and
ভাঁজ বা ফোল্ড আমাদের ডেইলি লাইফে এই শব্দটা আমরা খুব ফ্রিকোয়েন্টলি ইউজ করি। যেমন ধরো জামা কাপড় ভাঁজ করা, তারপর একটা পেপার ফোল্ড করা, এইরকম বিভিন্ন ক্ষেত্রে আমরা ভাঁজ করা কথাটা ব্যবহার করি। কিন্তু অবাক করে দেওয়ার মতো ঘটনাটা হলো যে এই ভাঁজ পৃথিবীর উপরিভাগ অর্থাৎ ভূপৃষ্ঠে থাকা শিলাতেও লক্ষ্য করা যায়। এই শুনে নিশ্চয়ই তোমাদের মনে প্রশ্ন আসছে যে জামা কাপড়, কাগজ এগুলো তো আমরা ভাঁজ করি, তাহলে এই যে বললাম পৃথিবীর উপরিভাগে ভাঁজ পড়ে, সেই ভাঁজ কার মাধ্যমে পড়ে, কিভাবেই বা পড়ে জানতে চাও তো? তাহলে চলো আজ আমরা জেনে নিই ভাঁজ গঠন বা ফোল্ডিং সম্পর্কে। ভাঁজ সম্পর্কে প্রথমেই যে জিনিসটা আমাদের মনে রাখতে হবে সেটা হলো ভাঁজ কিন্তু কোনো ভূমিরূপ নয়। ভাঁজ হলো একটা প্রক্রিয়া যার মাধ্যমে ভূপৃষ্ঠে থাকা শিলার জ্যামিতিক আকৃতির পরিবর্তন ঘটে, যাকে আমরা ভূমিরূপ বলি। ব্যাপারটা যদি খুব সাধারণভাবে বলতে চাই তাহলে আমি একটা বইয়ের এক্সাম্পল দেব। ধরো কোনো একটা বইকে দুপাশ থেকে চাপ দেওয়া হচ্ছে, খেয়াল করে দেখবে সেই চাপের ফলে বইটার মাঝের অংশটা ধীরে ধীরে বেন্ড হয়ে গিয়ে একটা বাঁক তৈরি করে। এই যে বাঁকটা দেখছো এটা হলো ভাঁজ। ঠিক এইভাবে পৃথিবীতে নরম পাললিক শিলাস্তরে সাধারণত চাপের ফলে তরঙ্গের মতো ঢেউ খেলানো বাঁকের সৃষ্টি হয়, যাকে বলা হয় ভাঁজ বা ফোল্ড। মানে এক্ষেত্রে শিলা মোচড় খায় কিন্তু ভেঙে যায় না। এবারে যদি ভাঁজ সৃষ্টির প্রক্রিয়া সম্পর্কে জানতে চাও তাহলে এক কথায় ভাঁজ তৈরি হয় মূলত সংকোচন ও প্রসারণের ফলে। মানে ঠিক যেমন একটা কেঁচো ছোট হয় আবার বড় হয়, শিলাও ঠিক একইভাবে সংকুচিত হয় আর প্রসারিত হয়, যার থেকে শিলায় ভাঁজ পড়ে। আপাতত এটা আমি জাস্ট একটা জেনারেল সেন্সে বললাম, কিন্তু পরবর্তী ক্লাসগুলোতে এই পার্টগুলো ইলাবোরেট।
so basis the chapter we select, so we will go for the 3D or motion graphics or any other areas. So now we will demonstrate the docu feature thing. So we are using this in history. So this is the documentary.
বন্ধুরা কেমন আছো? জানি রয়েছে পড়াশোনার চাপ, আর তার উপর স্কুল, বাড়ি, যানবাহনের কালো ধোঁয়া। এসবের মাঝে আজকে আর জীবনকে বিশেষ খুঁজে পাওয়া যায় না। তাই চলো আজ একটু বেরিয়ে পড়া যাক জীবনের খোঁজে। এই প্রকৃতির মাঝেই দাঁড়িয়ে প্রাণ খুলে নিয়ে নাও শ্বাসবায়ু। এখানে ফুল থেকে ফুলে খাবারের সন্ধানে উড়ে বেড়ায় প্রজাপতির দল। মৌমাছিরা দেখায় তাদের অদ্ভুত নৃত্য। গাছ থেকে গাছে পাকা ফলের খোঁজে লাফিয়ে বেড়ায় বাঁদরেরা। দূর জঙ্গলে বাঘ শিকারের পেছনে ছুটছে রুদ্ধ নিঃশ্বাসে, আর শিকার ছুটছে বাঁচার তাগিদে। এখন শিকার আর শিকারীর পরস্পরকে দেখে উত্তেজিত হয়ে ওঠাটা শুধু তাদের মধ্যেই কিন্তু সীমাবদ্ধ নয়। বাঁচার তাগিদে একটা ছোট্ট ম্যান্টিসও তার থেকে আকারে প্রায় দ্বিগুণ একটা গিরগিটির সাথে লড়াই করে। শাবকদের বাঁচানোর তাগিদে কোথাও আবার একটা মুরগিও লড়াই করছে বিষাক্ত সাপের সাথে। কিন্তু জীবনের অস্তিত্ব টিকিয়ে রাখার জন্য লড়াই করে বেঁচে থাকাটাই কিন্তু শেষ কথা নয়। প্রয়োজন হয় নতুন প্রজন্মের, প্রয়োজন বংশ বিস্তারের। আর ঠিক সেই কারণেই কচ্ছপেরা জল থেকে উঠে আসে ডাঙায় তাদের ডিম পাড়ার জন্য। কোথাও আবার একটা ছোট্ট ব্যাঙও তৎপর হয়ে ওঠে তার ডিমগুলোকে বাঁচানোর তাগিদে। এখন প্রাণী তো দূরের কথা, একটা উদ্ভিদও তার ভবিষ্যৎ প্রজন্মকে লুকিয়ে রাখে শক্ত বীজের ভেতরে, আর উপযুক্ত পরিবেশে প্রকৃতির বুকে এরাই বেড়ে ওঠে বটবৃক্ষে। ঠিক একইভাবে প্রকৃতি থেকে পুষ্টি নিয়ে একটা শুঁয়োপোকা থেকে গুটি তৈরির মাধ্যমে বেড়ে ওঠে পরিণত প্রজাপতি। শুধুমাত্র ছোট চারা গাছ বা শুঁয়োপোকা নয়, বেড়ে উঠছে সমস্ত জীবকুল। আর এই সমস্ত কিছুর পেছনে আমরা খুঁজে পেলাম জীবনের অর্থ। জীবন মানেই যেখানে শ্বসন, পুষ্টি, বিপাক, বৃদ্ধি, চলন, গমন, বংশবিস্তার আর প্রকৃতির শর্তানুসারে পরিবর্তন বা বিবর্তনের অস্তিত্ব আছে। আর যাদের মধ্যে এই সমস্ত গুণাবলী দেখা যায় তাদেরকেই আমরা বলি সজীব বস্তু। বিজ্ঞানের যে শাখায় আমরা জীবন ও সজীব বস্তু নিয়ে আলোচনা করার সুযোগ পাই তাকেই আমরা আজ থেকে বলবো জীবনের বিজ্ঞান বা জীবন বিজ্ঞান অথবা জীববিদ্যা। তোমরা কি জানো এই জীববিদ্যার জনককে? বিজ্ঞানী অ্যারিস্টটল, যিনি প্রথম বিজ্ঞানের এই শাখায় উৎসাহ দেখিয়েছিলেন, তাই তাকেই জীববিদ্যার জনক বলা হয়। কিন্তু এখন প্রশ্নটা হলো, কেন পড়বো এই জীবন বিজ্ঞান? কি লাভই বা আছে এত সব সজীব বস্তু সম্পর্কে জেনে? আমরা প্রতিদিনের জীবনটাকে যদি একটু লক্ষ্য করি তাহলে দেখব আমাদের মায়েরা সবসময় আমাদের বলে যাচ্ছে কিরে, স্নান হয়ে গেছে তো, খাবারটা খেয়ে নি সময় মতো, কিংবা বলছে রাতে দেরি করে ঘুমোতে যাস না কিন্তু। আচ্ছা, তাহলে বলতে পারো কি কারণে মায়েরা এত চিন্তিত? কেনই বা আমাদের প্রতিদিন স্নান করার প্রয়োজন পড়ে? আবার সময় মতো খাবার না খেলে কি বা হয়? কিংবা রাতে পর্যাপ্ত ঘুম কেন এত জরুরি? আচ্ছা, আমাদের কথা না হয় ছেড়েই দাও, বলতে পারো কেন আমাদের পাড়ার কুকুরটা সব সময় পাশের পাড়ার কুকুরটাকে দেখে চিৎকার করে ওঠে? কেনই বা বারান্দার ফুল গাছগুলোতে রোজ মৌমাছি বা প্রজাপতিরা এসে বসে? সত্যি কত সুন্দর না এই পৃথিবী। তবুও সবাই একদিন কিন্তু মারা যায়। কেন মৃত্যু আসে প্রত্যেকটা জীবের মধ্যে? বলতে পারো? অবশ্যই বলতে পারবে। আমরা প্রত্যেকে জানতে ও বলতে পারবো এই সমস্ত প্রশ্নের উত্তরগুলোকে, কিন্তু তার জন্য আমাদের জানতে হবে জীবনের রহস্যকে, পড়তে হবে জীবন বিজ্ঞান। পরবর্তী ক্লাস থেকে আমরা শুরু করি জীবনের এই সমস্ত রহস্যগুলোকে উন্মোচন করতে, জেনে নিই প্রাণ সত্তার সমস্ত সূক্ষ্ম সূক্ষ্ম বিষয়গুলোকে। তাহলে দেখা হচ্ছে আবার জীবনের এই সমস্ত রহস্যকে বের করতে।
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. And with this, we come to the end of today's conference. Thank you for your presence. We look forward to welcoming everybody in our next initiative. Till then, goodbye and good evening.